Hump Day on Wednesday here on the road. So we got a lot for you. We do have a lot for you. We always do. Good morning, everybody out there getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what's going on, man? Everybody out there, the overnight dancers. Hey, everybody who enjoyed the Giants game last night. What are they in the CD Connects now? 26-8? Something crazy like that?
I'm not going to lie. I hate those jerseys now.
Why?
You've got an entire collection of 200 years of sick jerseys, and those are by far your worst ones.
All right.
Like if we did a side-by-side, every uniform combination the Giants have ever laid out, no one is taking the City Connects over any of their prior uniform concepts.
The turn ahead the clock jerseys?
Those do not count. Turn ahead the clock. They wore them one time. That's not a uniform. A uniform is something that you wear throughout a season.
And that's that?
Exactly.
Killer Cam, what's happening? We got Killer Cam on the board. No Spinoni today. He's out. He'll be back tomorrow. We got Killer Cam. Killer Cam, yeah, you got the Superman sweatshirt.
I'm feeling that.
Well, only because he's yoked up. But I guarantee
he is yoked up.
Killer Cam, you ever watch Superman?
Come on, yeah,
Hey, it's the most overrated cartoon character and action hero in American history.
What are you talking about?
We don't need to go back down that road. None of the kids care about Superman. They're wearing Spider-Man shirts, Wolverine shirts. Nobody out here rocking Superman no more.
Well, Christopher Reeves and Henry Cavill disagree.
Tell me you're old without telling you're old by wearing a Superman shirt.
So sue me.
I don't care. I didn't say that. I'm just telling you that none of the kids care about Superman.
Some of us are Cam Newton guys. Some of us aren't.
Nobody cares. Cam Newton was Superman. We had the kryptonite for him, didn't we? And the Denver Broncos had the kryptonite for him. They did. Anyway, man, it's a lot going on, man. It's a lot going on. And I guess we should start with Trey. Look, the Giants win last night. Good for them. They shut out the Rays. Did they shut out the Rays? I didn't watch
Meckler?
The night. Whatever. Don't do this, man. It's 2 games in.
No. Can we just 1 second? You play MLB The Show?
I have not played it. I bought the game and didn't play it one time.
Have you played it in years past?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you know when you start like a My Player Road to the Show?
Yep.
You get all the generic accessories.
Yep.
He has the all black generic cleats with the baggy pants and then like the generic goggles. He looks like when you start off in AA, he looks like a created generic player based on his entire look.
I hope he sticks around, man.
I do too.
I hope he sticks around. You know, Giants, whatever. Let's see him play today, day game. I'll reserve judgment out of them. But wow, we got a hotline call. You know what? It's the earliest we'll do it before we even start the show.
A hotline call?
Yeah, we got a bat line call right away from Papa Shasky.
Oh,
Papa Shasky 609.
Yeah.
We haven't even started the show.
I was going to text him. I didn't want to wake him up.
Why did you want to text him?
Well, he's starting a big trip today. 3-week trip.
Oh, the European extravaganza.
Yes.
Papa Shasky, what's happening?
I'm a little worried about him going away for 3 weeks.
Papa Shasky, what's up?
Good morning, fellas. How you guys doing?
I'm doing good.
Speaker. I'm in the truck. Got you in the car next to me, Joe. We're heading down. We're going to meet Marianne and John at the airport, and we're going to head to Europe for 3 weeks. So I just wanted to tell you guys, have a good couple of weeks. We'll talk to you when we get back.
Look, I before you get in there with B, I'm going to say it on the front end because I don't want to forget it on the back end. I love you both. Please be safe. I will watch the house for you. I know where all the stuff is. I know we went over everything. 3 weeks is a long time. You're getting up there in age. Just be careful. I love you.
Okay, well, thanks for that, Joe. If you could take the garbage out on Sunday night, that'd be fantastic.
Hey, Noreen, how are you going to survive for 3 weeks with Papa Shasky in another country?
No sports?
With no sports?
No sports. He was talking about going to a soccer game in Naples.
That would be good. That would be good. Also, hey, but listen, download the app, Papa Shasky, whether it's NBC Sports Bay Area, whether it's CBS or whatnot. You can get your sports out there. Trust me. It's not that hard. There's a will. There's a way.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I'm just going to throw it out there. Marianne, John, say hello as well.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. I'm glad we've turned this into the Shasky show. I apologize.
Marianne, I always see her at the Starbucks and, hey, guys, you know who this is? This is Bonte. He's on television. I'm like, Marianne, I'm just trying to be in and out for some
Marianne,
coffee.
the microphone.
Yeah, she is. Oh, that's a good name.
You like that?
I do like that.
Yeah. Hey, Pops, those City Connect jerseys are horrible. Come on, keep it real.
You know what? And I can't stand that cruise patch. Get that thing off of there. You kidding me? Who wants to drive around in a driverless car? Are you kidding me? It's all about the greenback.
I love it.
Hey, Papa Shasky, how depressing are the Giants? What's more depressing? Trey Lance's performance this past Sunday
He was very sad
or Giants
for Trey.
baseball?
I don't know. It's a pretty good toss-up. I think we all expect a little more out of Trey. I think our expectations were set a little high. He looked a little nervous. Baldy hit it right on the spot. You think he'd be a little more progressed along. You just got to give him a little more time. Just got to give him a little more time. That's all we can say.
I know.
All right, well, you guys have a safe
safe. I
trip,
love you
safe
both.
travels. Hopefully you fly first class in Europe.
You guys have a great show. Talk to you.
And
All
good
right.
luck with Big John. Hey, Marianne, it's me, Big John.
Are they flying business?
Who knows? I don't know.
Are you guys flying first class?
No, are you kidding me? We got us on the wing.
All right.
The Shaskies are humble.
Come on,
we
man.
can't afford the big things
That's
like
a
you.
damn lie. You're going to be a first class sip of champagne. All right, Papa Shasky.
Love you guys.
Doreen, have a good one. Take out your trash Sunday, Shasky.
I
Take
know,
out your trash.
I know.
Look, man, business, man, you save a little bit, you save a little bit, you save a little bit. Because nobody, I only get on a flight 4 times a year. Just save. I'm trying to make sure those economy days are done, man. My knees hurt.
You got it. Use it.
My knees hurt. All right. Where do you want to go? I'll let you pick the show. Because the Giants, whatever. They win last night. They do nothing for me right now, Shasky.
No, I understand that. I totally
Although
understand.
Dick Judas deserves credit. He pitched well yesterday.
Can I would like to start here. Look, I just think in general, and we're going to play some sound from a lot of people around the country. Look, you're going to call me. Some people are going to listen to this and they're going to say, Joe, you're soft. We're in a soft society. They're millionaires. They're professional athletes. Blah, 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 blah. I hear you. You're not wrong. I do believe we've gone overboard in society. Just sports culture in general. Look, I'm all for critiquing performances and things like that. I just think we've gotten to a point in sports culture when I see little clips all over online. Everybody piles on and bullies everyone. And what ends up happening is that everyone's got to be the first to continue to stab the carcass. It's already dead. It's already been picked apart. There is no meat left on the bone. And where I'm going at is with someone like the poor guy Trey Lance right now. And look, poor guy, I say relative, right? I mean, he's doing fine. He's a young man. He's got his health. He's got, the rest of his life ahead of him. Who knows what his NFL career ends up, becoming. I feel like I've seen this play out with James Wiseman, Jordan Poole, Trey Lance, and it's not just the Bay Area. This happens in other markets as well. I'm sure there's an element of Zach Wilson or whatever. It's one thing when we analyze and critique performances, right? And when guys don't meet our expectations, we call it out. That's fair. That's all fair. I just feel like the way we talk about these guys, not everyone, some people, it just feels like to me, we hit a level of inhumane talking about these things nationally, and everyone has to go above and beyond to get that audio clip to be funny or to pile on, and it's just there's this bullying sports culture. I'm not saying that we can't critique players. What I'm saying is that can we at least have a slice of humane dignity and respect for these individuals and their families? You can't bring up their families. You just can't.
What you're talking about here is Michael Lombardi on his podcast, the GM Shuffle podcast. Michael Lombardi and Femi. I'm going to say it is Abfefe, Abefefe, Abfefe. Not sure. We'll just call him Femi.
Okay.
Here's what you're talking about. Michael Lombardi on Trey Lance.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
Michael, I asked you this before we ended the Lombardi line yesterday on VSiN. I think that he might be competing to stay on the 53-man roster. Is that where we at with Trey Lance right now? Are these reps looking for him to be able to say, can he stay on this roster and be a viable 49er?
Well, I think you got to look at this, right? That once you reach a conclusion on a player, okay, once you really have a handle on who the player is, then you've got to make some decisions.
All right, so the mama didn't need to be involved in that. That's the biggest problem I have. You don't need to say, hey, when your mama lifted you out the crib, you didn't have a quarterback instinct. We could say the same thing about Michael Lombardi. Hey, Mike, when your mama lifted you out the crib, you didn't have a GM instinct. That's not what we do. That's not what we do. If you want to assess the quarterback situation, let's assess the quarterback situation. Look, man, I'm a black man. I want Trey Lance to thrive just off the strength of that. But even me, I gave an honest assessment of what I saw from Trey Lance on Sunday. I was very disappointed. He was hesitant. He was indecisive. He looked slow. He looked stiff. You know what I've been getting the last 24 hours?
What's that?
In DMs. Boy, you told the company line. The boss man made you say that. The boss man made you have that opinion.
What do you mean?
The boss man made you switch up on Trey Lance. The boss man made you say these things. The boss man, oh, man, you're slipper purdy now. Who's paying you to slip? This is what sports has become irrational.
Yeah.
You can't even have an honest take on anything anymore. My honest take was Sunday when I came in here on Monday, Trey Lance doesn't have a lot of time here. He's got to take advantage of every rep. And when I heard people complaining about, oh, well, they didn't run the ball enough in the preseason game. All you got to do is clip Aaron Rodgers and Hard Knocks saying, just pass the ball. It's preseason. When I go to a preseason game, my entire life, whether I watch it or I go to the game, I want to see a quarterback throw. All right, we got a young hotshot. Let me see him drop back and throw. Let me see his footwork. Let me see his arm strength. We got to watch Trey Lance throw the ball. And JT O'Sullivan in the quarterback school basically highlighted what I saw on Sunday. Indecisive, slow to process, stiff. Now, if we keep it football, it's all fair. But some of our fans, and a lot of fans these days, even some media members, if you have any type of honest assessment on any quarterback, whether it's Jimmy, Trey, Brock, Aaron, Zach Wilson, doesn't matter. Honest assessments get destroyed these days. People can't handle the truth. They just want us to say what they want to hear.
Well, and if that's how you feel, that doesn't mean that I have to agree with you. Like, I think the one beauty of our show is how many times do we disagree?
Damn near 70% of the time.
And you know why? Because we truly believe those things. And it's not like First Take. And First Take is different. And I think that a lot of the fans think things are fake. You're doing it for clicks. You're doing it.
None of that.
Okay, for example, I don't like the way the Giants play baseball a lot of the nights because that's the way I grew up playing baseball, and it goes against my baseball principles. And so when I call those things out, it's not me trying to generate fake outrage. It's how I feel. When I saw the Alex Smith play football and everybody was, saying, oh, Alex is this and Alex is that, I was always like, no, Alex isn't that good. But here's where I draw the line. You are doing analysis work. You're breaking it down. Here's where, and I'm being 100% honest here with you. Like, easy for me to say as the white guy talking, but I see it through a different prism now that I do this for a living. We treat these young athletes horribly. Not everyone, but the way we talk about some of them at times. It
feels like most of them are black.
Yes.
Feels like most of them, let's just keep it a buck.
I'm going to be real with you. Like just straight up, like I watched that video from Michael Lombardi and it was hard to not tear up on that. And you can say, Joe, you're being soft. I'm saying, no, I'm not being soft, because if someone said that about Michael Lombardi's kid, I don't even know how old his kids are or if he even has kids. Like, that's out of bounds to me. When his mama picked him up in the crib, what are we doing? Like, and that's my big look. You want to say the kid can't play in the NFL, dude? That's totally fair.
Well,
but here's the problem that I have with everybody crushing Trey Lance. He just might not be good.
He might not be
period.
good. He might not be the guy.
Expectations through the roof. He might not ever live up to them. But you know what? And I'm not trying to take solace in this. I see a guy who cares. And I get that. So to me, it's not about him not putting in the work. He just might not be good enough. Well, and then I watch this doc as I contrast that with what Johnny Manziel did last week in this doc. He
got inducted into the Texas A&M Hall of Fame.
And my jaw's dropped. And I'm saying to myself, we are talking about Trey Lance like he's done something to outside people, like he's not putting in the work on the iPad, like he doesn't care.
But I love Eric Crocker. He just
might not be good enough.
He might not be good enough. I love Eric Crocker's tweet last week where he's like, it's crazy that Johnny Manziel still has his Heisman and Reggie Bush doesn't. Johnny Manziel was doing the most in college. And who knows? Now, they said, well, it happened after his Heisman year. We have no idea what happened during his Heisman year. You don't think he was taking a couple $500 envelopes? You don't think he had a couple $1,000 handshakes down at Texas A&M, especially after beating Alabama? Like let's be real here. So the hypocrisy in that alone, like Johnny Manziel, I watched that documentary. I was like, this sucks.
But
this guy's a terrible. Like this sucks. He didn't care. Trey Lance at least studies. He practices. He just may not be good.
But why do we do and I'm using these guys as examples because they're the local examples. Why do we do this with? And I'm not saying everyone, but Wiseman, Poole, Trey Lance. I'm seeing a similar theme, which is this inhumane way to talk about their games as if they're lesser than humans. And that's the part that bugs me. You want to say James Wiseman doesn't have good feel for defense. I'm here for that breakdown. Let's talk about it. He doesn't have great basketball hands. I don't know about him understanding, 2 passes ahead where he should move his body defensively. He just doesn't have those instincts right now in terms of that basketball feel. Like, they'll have that breakdown. To say that he's soft and he's this, he's that. Well, that's where I draw the line. I'm like, why do we have to?
Here's another thing.
But why do we have to crush?
I don't know. I don't know why you do this. I don't do it.
I'm not saying
I don't know. I don't know why
the internet,
people do it.
I know, is ruthless,
but it's not just the internet. It's individuals. So Michael Lombardi also said this back in 2011. This is very interesting. He said this back in 2011. Blaine Gabbert, Cam Newton draft. A lot of people were hyping up Blaine Gabbert. Cam Newton just won the national championship and the Heisman Trophy. Here's what Michael Lombardi said back then. What worries me about Cam Newton is he is a person who is going to work hard? Will he be dedicated? Is the money going to spoil him? Will he take coaching? What kind of leader will he be? We came to find out that Cam Newton does work hard. Came to find out that Cam Newton does care. All you got to do is look at post-Super Bowl where everybody was crushing him for not wanting to talk. Why didn't he want to talk about the Super Bowl loss? Because he freaking cares.
Is he the best Panther ever?
I would think so.
I
would think so.
It's a short list.
Did he look dedicated to the craft?
Yeah. I mean, Belichick picked him up.
Did the money spoil him? Dude was making money at Auburn. He's fine.
Well, he is who he was.
He is who he is.
Yeah.
Didn't affect his play. Didn't affect his MVP season. So, you know what? Michael Lombardi is irrelevant to me. The comment was a little off base, and it's taken away the focus of what Trey Lance is on the football field. If you want to say he's not good, you can say he's not good. We don't need to cross that line. We don't need to cross that line. We do that way too much in sports media. Way too much. And it's kind of sickening.
It is.
And the coverage of Trey Lance has been a little sickening. It is.
Well, it feels like, just to my interpretation, look, like the guy's at his lowest point. All right? It's pretty obvious. We can all see it. Point. He's hanging on by a thread. It's like the tooth of a 6-year-old. You just gotta give it a little tiny poop and the thing's gonna fall out. Like, his career with the Niners is hanging on by a thread. We get it. Why do we have to bully? Like, I saw a LaShawn McCoy thing. He can't play in the NFL. He cannot play in the NFL. It's like, all right, maybe that's the case. We get it. Can we come up with something a little more nuanced than that? How about this?
But he did, though. He did. They broke it down, and I thought it was, I watched a little bit more of that. It just kind of found it on my screen. Look, he said at the end, if there was a G League, maybe Trey Lance could play that. Trey Lance does need a G League. Well, I would not feel comfortable starting Trey Lance at quarterback right now for my football team. That's
totally fair.
He needs a lot.
But Bonte, if I told you that Andy Reid somehow got himself Trey Lance for, let's say, he got cut or whatever, and Andy Reid picked him up, I think that would be a project for Andy Reid worth experimenting with on the side behind Mahomes.
Maybe.
We'd have nothing to lose.
Maybe.
And I bet he'd get something out of him.
Maybe.
Or maybe not.
Or maybe not. Maybe not. But Trey Lance said the lack of reps is killing him right now. And he can't, listen, Shanahan has a job to do. I'll defend Shanahan to this sense. He's got to get this football team ready for the regular season. It identified, whether or not you agree, whether or not anybody agrees, that Brock Purdy's our guy. Brock Purdy's our guy. So we'll assess Brock Purdy throughout the season. We'll critique him. We won't crush him. I'm not going to bash him. I will critique him based on this game on Sunday the same way I do Trey Lance, the same way I do with Jimmy Garoppolo. I don't make it personal whatsoever with these athletes, and nor should anybody. And that's the whole point of this. Why do we make it personal? Like the guy Scott Zolak when Brock Purdy was balling, Trey Lance in trouble in all caps, and it was like they were celebrating that. Why? You don't even know the kid. Did the kid do something to these guys' kids? Did Trey Lance do something to somebody out there? I don't know.
Well, but here's what I would keep saying. Like, everybody wants to, you can't have it both ways. You can't tell me that Kyle Shanahan is an evil genius who is one of the smartest guys ever, and then crush people for being excited about Trey Lance when he was the guy who picked him. We all were wrong. Right. You and me were wrong in terms of assessing him and seeing him, and what we saw, it hasn't played out. They were wrong in moving all of what they did to go get him. They They took a huge swing. And you know what's crazy? I think I'd take the exact same swing. No, I don't know. Maybe they take that swing for Mac Jones next time. Maybe they take that swing for Justin Fields if they could have a redo. Maybe they sit pat. I don't know. But Kyle Shanahan, who I think knows his stuff, saw something in him, and it just hasn't materialized.
I'm wrong all the time.
We all are.
We're all wrong. All right.
I mean, Bill Walsh had how many whiffs in the draft?
Yeah, he had a lot of whiffs. Everybody has whiffs. Belichick has whiffs, and he's probably the best coach we've ever seen on an NFL sideline. So shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, the Xfinity Mobile text line. We'll talk a lot about Trey. We'll talk about Brock. We're moving forward here. Look, Michael Lombardi, what he said was just nasty. It was nasty. If you got thoughts on that, 888-957-9570. We got Bomani Jones coming up at 8:30. David Lombardi, 8 o'clock. And a big announcement coming up at 8 o'clock. You don't want to miss that here on the Morning Roast. Plus, we're giving out tickets. Cam, you love LL Cool J, right? You appreciate
LL
hip-hop.
Cool J.
And then you got 50 Cent the next night. We got tickets to give away, man.
Is Ja Rule on that list?
Dude, man, no, he is not. Ja Rule's not invited.
Every time 50 comes up on my playlist, I go, Ja Rule.
Do you go Ja Rule?
Just to laugh a little.
Man,
Just
you
to
gotta
laugh
a little bit. All right. It's breaking in my ear. You can tell he's getting frustrated. And we got phone calls coming up. Brought to you by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 188-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT. It all starts in the off season. I'm here with Dr. Mark Campbell.
with Bonte and Shasky.
All right, tickets coming up 7:25. We got Killer Cam, got Lubman, got Shasky in the building, Bonte Hill. Of course, Xfinity Mobile text line. Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're talking some Trey Lance here. Mariucci joined Willard and JD yesterday. The Mooch, and I know you're not the biggest fan of the Mooch. But Mooch said some things.
I love no. Here's what I say. I love Mooch in the sense that when I see him, I smile, but I know I'm getting soft serve vanilla takes.
Yeah. Well,
and I love the guy.
Well,
but it's very surface level.
He did say this about Brock Purdy.
I mean, when a guy comes off the bench like that as a third guy, you don't get a lot of reps in practice. You're ill prepared to do what he did. It was unbelievable what he did. Mm-hmm. So, I'd like to see it again. If he plays like that again, the Niners win the Super Bowl. They have a great football team. And I was at the Kansas City Chiefs camp. They're a great team. I was at the Bills camp. They're a great team. Then I go to the 49ers, and there's another great team. And then I didn't get to see the Eagles in camp, but we all know they're pretty darn good. So there are other good teams in the league, but those probably are the four best.
Mooch further explained why the Niners could win the Super Bowl this year.
I think they win that division. There's nothing easy about winning a division, but I believe they'll win it easy. The path to the Super Bowl, let's face it, there's not as many great teams in the NFC as there are in the AFC. I'm just telling you, all right? You got the Eagles, who I mentioned. You've got the Dallas Cowboys, who will be pretty darn good. And then there's other good teams, but not a lot of great teams, all right? In the AFC, it's just loaded over there with the Bengals and the Chiefs and the Bills, and now the Jets are going to be good, and the Baltimore Ravens, and there's just all kinds of really good teams over there. So that's why the Niners, staying healthy, and Brock Purdy playing like he did last year, they got a great chance to get it done.
Great chance to get it done. If Purdy's healthy, the Niners could win the Super Bowl. And then he also talked about Sam Darnold's role. Now, Baldy wasn't impressed with Sam Darnold from Sunday. A lot of people were. I was like, wow.
I was very surprised.
Very surprised because, I watched it back again. There was a couple throws there with Sam Darnold. We're like, oh, that's not good. But there's a few where I was like, wow, he anticipated. Mm-hmm, he threw on time. He threw on target. He threw with some zip. Here's what Mooch said about Sam Darnold's role.
He's perfect. He's replacing Jimmy Garoppolo, who was a perfect backup. That's what he was last year. In fact, he wasn't going to be a backup. He was going to be on somebody else's team in training camp, and then that didn't happen. He becomes the backup. He becomes the guy who wins 7 games. But that's Sam Darnold's role pretty much right now. Yeah, he's competing with Trey Lance, but Sam's experienced. He's played on a couple teams that weren't nearly as talented as the 49ers, playing for the Jets or the Carolina Panthers. I mean, this is by far the best team that he will ever play on. And so he's just chomping at the bit to get a chance. And he's going to, he doesn't want to be that old grizzly mentor guy for the rest of his career. He would love to play, of course. He's another first-round guy, too, And so going to wait his opportunity. He knows that he's, backing up a guy who had a surgery, very serious surgery, with throwing arm. So, that's always a little risky for that guy. And so he chose to be with a great organization and take his chances.
Called him the perfect backup quarterback. Now, the backup job's not won yet. Feels like Darnold has a leg up from everything you read, everything you hear.
Just the noise.
And everything, and the way Trey Lance what he put on film on Sunday. I mean, first of all, let's start with Purdy. You seem to be, I'm not going to say you're down on him. You're kind of just wait and see, right? You just want to be, we saw 8 games, and it's like, well, we don't want to fall for this again because we saw 5 games with Jimmy. Maybe there's a regression. We'll talk to Bomani Jones about that. I know he was critical of that. But it feels like instead of being open-minded as a fan base when it comes to Brock Purdy, because I'm trying to do this as well, and I have questions about Brock Purdy, this story arm. But it does feel like this fan base, half of it, and I don't even know how I can gauge that, is that, well, I got to be shown that Brock Purdy's a real deal. Where a lot of people were telling us, whether it's Fred Warner, Shanahan, Lynch, Mooch, whoever, they're telling us that Purdy's the real deal. But yet there seems to be some reservation about
because
that.
I look around like other young quarterbacks who seem promising, maybe not as even promising as what Brock showed.
Right.
Like, I don't know who the backup is in Pittsburgh. We're playing Kenny Pickett week 1. I have no idea.
Right.
Right. To me, the fact that you went out and got Sam Darnold and there's this much smoke and there's this much talk about it, to me is just very unique. And that to me, it's not that it's alarming. It's just I've got got my senses up here, and I'm saying to myself, well, it feels like to me like a little bit of a hedge to a degree.
Right.
I don't know who the backup is to Trevor Lawrence. Do you?
No. Was it C.J. Beathard a couple years ago? I don't know.
I legitimately
don't
know.
No.
Right? Like, and I'm thinking about other young quarterbacks around the league. I can't think of any of
TJ
the
Beathard is backing up Trevor
C.J.
Lawrence
Beathard,
right now.
yeah. It said he's still there.
Like, who's Jalen Hurts' backup?
Right, Marcus Mariota.
I didn't even know that. Didn't even know that. You just informed me. I didn't even know that. So like, and I'm just saying, like, this is the only quarterback spot where we talk about all of the backups. And Trey's got it.
Well, you know why we do? Because they can't stay healthy.
Well, but the guy you're talking about in Brock Purdy is coming back from a very serious injury. So, I just...
Does it mean anything that he's been cleared for full going training camp now? No days off? He's going 3 straight days?
I don't know what to make of any of their stuff. They said he was a full go, but he won't play every single day in a row. Like, so I don't know. We're kind of dicing this thing up to appease the Sharks here. Hey, look, he's been playing a lot. I want to see what he looks like.
Right.
Even if he goes out there and he struggles in preseason, I don't think it means a whole lot. But I think most fans just want to see him out there, and I think we'll feel a lot better. Like, oh, okay, there he is. We're good. We're ready to roll. But like, I don't know. Like, there's a whole element of like, can you survive a 17-game season? What's it look like when other teams adjust to you?
Mm-hmm.
How does this team look when one of the playmakers goes down and you got to maybe take on a bigger load than what we're accustomed to? What if the offensive line has some issues? What if the defense isn't as good and you have to have more of a shootout mentality and you don't get good field position? And I'm not using these as knocks against Purdy. I'm just saying, like, this is what it might look like and why it might be a little more challenging this year.
Mooch also brought up he went into the first preseason game thinking the Niners had 3 starting quarterbacks. Did his answer change after the game?
I think the 49ers have 3 guys that are capable of starting for this football team, which is very unusual in the National Football League. Teams are hoping to have 1 guy and hoping the backup might be serviceable. But I went into that game thinking they have 3 that are capable of winning football games, given that talented offense and that stingy defense. And I just didn't see it. We didn't see it in game 1, and I think we will. I'm confident we will. He'll play better than that, but he just appeared uncomfortable to me.
See, we keep going, and I'm not saying Mooch is wrong here, but like clearly he's talking to people in the organization. All the organizations that have 1 guy, Daniel Jones in New York, they don't even talk about people behind him. And I don't even know if Daniel Jones is good. I'm not even sure. He had a good year last year. I don't know if he's good. I want to see more. But like, we don't go like, hey, the New York Giants have 2 good quarterbacks. We're like, we'll see it with Daniel Jones. Like, it's the only situation in the league I can think about where we talk about it that way.
You understand why, though, right?
Well, I think the Trey Lance element is a whole nother thing, but the Sam Darnold thing for me, that you're asking me why I'm so like, where my sense is up. It's because they went out and signed Sam Darnold.
Right. And they signed Sam Darnold the second day of the offseason.
I know. And you've been on it all along, and I've kind of come all the way around to your point of view.
Sam Darnold's going to get a chance to at least be the backup. It wouldn't surprise me if Sam Darnold started a game, but
I got this feeling he's gonna.
But Trey Lance again. We'll continue this conversation on the other side. Let me break on time before Love Midnight Fight. That's what's coming up. Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
America's favorite car show is back for its 40th anniversary season and the Bay Area's biggest hot rod.
What's your name? Brian Baldinger every single Tuesday, especially during the football season.
Are you giving out shout-outs?
Am I giving out shout? No, I was going to say this segment is sponsored by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. Why, you want to give out a shout-out already?
Yeah, because
we usually do shameless shout-outs Friday,
I know.
but you have this thing at 6:48 where you like to give shout-outs.
Yeah, well, last night we played the Dingers,
Right,
and
so this is the unsponsored shout-out
And
segment.
so there's a guy on third base. I'm going to pull B. I forget his name. I don't know his name. I know he's on Twitter somewhere anonymously, but I don't know what his username is, and I wanted to give him some love. He's playing third base. He got a base hit last night, and he's like, yeah, that better be on Shameless Shoutouts tomorrow. I'm like, nope. And then he made a couple of really nice plays at third base. So shout out the third baseman for the Dingers. Made a couple of really nice
he
plays
listens to the
yesterday.
roast, huh?
I told him I would shout him out.
All right. There it is.
Also, the right center fielder, whose name I can't remember, also made a couple of nice plays, said that he recognized my voice.
Oh.
The Dingers.
Since we're here.
What's that?
Since we're here with the shout-outs.
What do you got? You carry a wallet. Wow.
I do carry a wallet.
You are an old white man.
No, nobody carries wallets
I
anymore?
don't do wallets. Nope.
Cam, do you do wallets? Love me. You do wallets?
Yeah, I also have a wallet. Shasky, you're definitely in the minority.
So how's that old white guy? White guys only carry wallets?
Well, my dad. I think of my dad with the wallet.
I could have sworn Mexicans, blacks,
I think your dad's
Chinese.
just a person.
Bro, everything's all on here, on this phone.
Yeah, but
You steal this phone, you steal my life.
I love me a good wallet.
It's liberating when you don't have a wallet.
I met a private investigator over the weekend who's a big fan of the roast. Yeah.
Was it Dick Tracy?
I want to say his name was Dupree. His wife's name was Jazz.
Bud?
Not Bud Dupree, just Dupree.
Not
could have been
Marcus?
Gil or Dupree. But no, he was a private investigator, lives in Sacramento, been doing it for 9 years. 9 years. His sons play pop water football up in Sacramento.
Nice.
Met him over the weekend. That was really cool. I was also walking down the street after seeing him, and I was solo going to my car. It was a car full of 2 white guys and a white girl in the back seat. They go, "You're the man! You're the man!" They all got out the car and said, "Hey, thank you, I appreciate it." You know what I'm saying? But Gil, a private investigator, he gave me his card, and I was like, huh. And so we start talking about some of the stuff he does, and he's like, yeah, man, it's a very interesting business. So I want to shout out to Dupree out there. Shout out to Dupree. You know where I met you.
Well,
so yeah, I'll carry a wallet. Who need carry a wallet?
Maybe
man?
I'm in the minority then, because I've got one of these cheapo depot Amazon things where I've got a couple of cards, a health thing, and then my ID, and it goes into the back of the phone. And I'm telling you, it's the most liberating thing in the world. I don't carry cash, for the most part.
Yeah.
Doesn't that technically count as your wallet? I mean, it's basically just attached to your phone. It's just a different kind of wallet.
Well, it's all the phone. I just don't want to carry a bunch of things.
Yeah,
I'm really trying to
I like that wallet.
Shred.
I really like the wallet.
Maybe I'm the one in the minority then.
Yeah,
you know
I
what?
think you
I'll stand
are.
down.
I think you are. I think you are in the minority. Old white guys. I didn't know it was just old white guys.
Well, because my dad has it is so thick, the wallet, and it's so old, and he puts so many things in there. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
Well, and it got me this wallet way back when, and it's
How thick is it? Just close it and let me see. That's decent sized thick. That's what mine used to look like.
Yeah.
My dad's is even thicker than that
Yeah.
because he's got way too many things in there.
And it's that Louis V.
Oh, you had to do that, did you?
Well, no, and it got it for me.
That's a really nice gift.
Got the ABC. Yeah, it's nice. I've had it for a few years now. I love a good
But you
wallet.
don't put it. See, I wear a lot of shorts.
But see, I put it in my pocket or the backpack, and I put the Apple tag in it in case I lose it. I go on my app. I'm like, all right, where's my wallet at? Okay, boom, it's right there. Now, I don't carry it with me every day, but I just like having a wallet. I don't like having everything in my phone. It makes me feel weird. I don't know. I like a good wallet.
No, that's interesting.
Anybody still a wallet person? Anybody move off from wallets?
I moved off of a wallet. I don't have a wallet.
And you moved off for a while.
Yeah, it's been quite some time. And I'm telling you, it's great. I wear a lot of shorts. I wear a lot of sweatpants. There's no back pocket. You feel me? And I don't want to be carrying the wallet. And I'm telling you, when you're in and out of the car as much, but dude, it's just, I don't know. I love what it is.
408 Xfinity Mobile Text Line. I'm actually about to go buy my stepson and I a wallet today. See, wallets are still in.
Okay.
Gotta be old school, man.
I guess I'm the one who's wrong.
If the phone, man. I don't know. What did you say, Lubin?
I said that's going to be our YouTube poll question today. Do you carry a wallet, yes or no?
Oh, wow. Our YouTube poll question. Do you still carry a wallet? 80% says yes. 20% says no. It's very early in the voting. Go ahead and vote on our YouTube page. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
And the 510. The problem with what Shasky has is if your phone is lost or stolen, dog, I'm not allowing my phone. Your phone should be right next to you at all times. And especially in this wacky industry that I happen to be in now, the phone is never not near me. And I also have the whatever. What is this? The Apple Watch, and you can do like Apple Pay and everything from that. I love it.
I'm out on the Apple Watch for a number of reasons.
Why is that?
For a plethora of reasons.
Why?
I'm out on the Apple Watch.
For fitness alone, worth it.
I don't need all the buzzing on my wrist.
Oh,
I don't need to be looking down. I
minimize all the buzzing. I
got my clock right here. I got the fitness right here. I got a Fitbit. I'm out on the Apple Watch. Too much Apple.
So I'll do a quick.
And if you're a single guy, let me say this: if you're a single guy, you should not get the Apple Watch.
Why is that?
Because you get caught up in the Apple Watch, if you know what I mean. If you're out there doing it dirty, I'm just giving you some game. You leave your Apple Watch around, and you think you're deleting stuff off your phone, doesn't delete off your Apple Watch, boom, you get caught up. I'm just saying.
Tales from Frisco, Wilt Chamberlain, Bonte Hill.
No, not
so
for
this
me.
is what my setup is, essentially. It's like a little flip. Boom. Very
Cam
simple.
knows what I'm talking. He's laughing. He knows it's true. The Apple Watch will get you caught up. I'm telling you, man.
I feel like there's a story behind this.
No, it's not. Well, things happened back in the day. But yeah, I refuse to watch the Apple. See, Xavier's with me on YouTube. I'll tell you, the Apple Watch, man, I'm good. A lot of my guys who, it's like, yeah, the Apple Watch, man, I'm not going, not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Okay. I don't have those problems in my life.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
I hope you're listening, Michelle.
That's good. No, it's not freaky tales. I'm just saying. I heard a lot of stories. A lot of people told me stories about it.
These are the tales.
I'm just good off the Apple Watch. All right. I'm also good off of trading Trey Lance. I don't really want to trade Trey Lance, but I realize that the Niners may not want to keep 4 quarterbacks, and maybe the competition is now between Trey Lance and Brendan Allen for the 3rd street quarterback spot. Who knows? I don't know what's going on in Santa Clara. But Mooch was talking about the trade value for Trey Lance, and, it's more than just preseason games. What does Trey Lance need to do here? So this cut, it is a minute long. Here it is. Trey Lance's trade market, according to Steve Mariucci of NFL Network.
I believe that probably most teams had him graded as a first-round draft choice the year he came out. Most teams. And I know some people still feel that way, but they want to see it. They want to see it after injuries, after rehab, after going through the wars a little bit. What is he like now? So that's why I think it's very important for the Niners to get him back in there and show him playing well. If he ever is going to be traded, or if Sam is, or whoever, they want their guys to play well, because by October deadline, trading deadline, you want to have some value in that guy. That, hey, he's back. He's that number 1 pick that everybody was thinking about back then, and here's your guy. It's going to cost you some draft choices to get him. I'm not. They might just keep him the whole darn year and keep all 3 quarterbacks, and that might be the smart thing to do. But I do know that they want him to show better in the preseason right now, just for Trey's sake, for his value's sake, and just that's got to happen. And I'm sure it will. We've all seen him play better than that, right?
And so Trey, when you look at his performance and you see the hesitation, to me it just screams that he needs a lot of reps. And right now, the timing's bad, man. Like we highlighted this. There's so many examples of guys taking jobs from quarterbacks who get hurt. All right? You look at Don Bukowski, Brett Favre. You look at Tom Brady, Drew Bledsoe. You look at Dak Prescott, Tony Romo.
Steve Young, Joe Montana.
Yeah, it's Tony Romo over Drew Bledsoe in Dallas.
Yeah.
I mean,
Dak
there's
Prescott.
so many examples. Yeah, I just said that.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott over Tony Romo. It's so many examples in this league of guys just coming out of nowhere. Like Geno Smith has been a reclamation project, but he got his job taken early on. You know what I'm saying? Kurt Warner. How did Kurt Warner arrive? Trent Green got hurt in the preseason game, was out for the season with a torn ACL. All of a sudden, Kurt Warner's quarterbacking the greatest show on turf. Yeah. And here we are with Kurt Warner being in the Hall of Fame. He may never get that shot if Trent Green isn't hurt. So the problem with Trey was he had the job last year. He earned that job last year. He had it. He got hurt. And Brock Purdy came in and stole the thunder of everybody in that organization. Hell, he stole a lot of this fan base. Anna was chirping yesterday. I told you Brock Purdy was a guy. That guy's the next. Anna believes he's the next Tom Brady. Now, I know. God bless her soul. She's new to this football thing. But she saw Purdy the first time she saw him. She goes, that's the guy. All the casuals believe Brock Purdy's the guy. There's a lot of diehards who believe Brock Purdy's the guy.
I'm not ripping Anna here. Because a lot of people say this. He's the next Joe Montana.
Right.
He's the next Tom Brady.
Right.
Is Patrick Mahomes the next Joe Montana or Tom Brady?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm asking. Like, if I asked a casual sports fan,
I don't even like doing
they would
that.
be like, no, I know, but they would be like,
he's one of one. To me, Mahomes is more John Elway.
But
he's John Elway on drugs. You know what I'm saying?
But if I said to you, Mahomes gets 4 championships, you'd be like, wow, it's an unbelievable career.
Unbelievable.
Can Purdy get
let's see
a full NFC Championship game before we start talking about he's the next this? And you're
Tyler,
not, she's not alone. A lot of people do that with Drew Brees. They're like,
right.
He's the next Drew Brees.
But that's just the belief they have in this quarterback. They believe that Brock Purdy can take them to the promised land because of what they saw. And you know what? Being at that stadium where they were chanting Purdy and what I felt in that stadium, I said, damn, this guy, my jaw was just, he made that throw to Christian McCaffrey. I was like, oh my God. He's out-dueling Tom Brady. Tom Brady's on the other sideline. And how many quarterbacks do we see the word melted, or melt has been used a lot because Shanahan said he would have to melt in practice to lose the starting job? He did not melt in that situation against Tom Brady. I've seen a lot of quarterbacks just go down. They see Tom on the other sideline. They're like, damn.
But it's not Tom versus Brock.
It's not Tom versus Brock.
Tampa versus the
Niners.
Niners.
I understand that, Chasky.
There's more
but you're missing my point. How many quarterbacks know that Tom's on that other sideline? If I don't play well, they're going to roll us. And they melt in that situation. Instead, this guy, I'm going against Tom. I'm playing with house money. Let's go out here and ball. That's what I'm saying. And that Tampa Bay defense, by the way, I know he's not playing against Tom Brady. That Tampa Bay defense wasn't bad. And he shredded them. He shredded them. The Niners shredded them. So, Tyler, I know how Trey Lance got hurt. I didn't agree with the game plan with Trey Lance. But he got hurt. And he opened the door for Jimmy. And Jimmy opened the door for Brock Purdy, and here we are. And so with that said, the reps in practice, I can't be mad at them anymore for giving Purdy all the number 1 reps. I was the first week and a half of training camp, but I get what they're doing. They got to get this ready. He's got to get ready to go with Debo and Brandon Ayuk. What was the same argument we used all last season with Trey Lance or this offseason? We need reps. The quarterback needs to build a rapport.
Of course,
with
and he missed that entire offseason.
And he missed that entire offseason. So you got to make it up in training camp.
Here's what I would say. As somebody who's tried to learn my lesson time and time again, whether it's Alex, Kaepernick, Jimmy G, Trey Lance, CMC, we just gotta allow the thing to play itself out. So talking about what he will be throughout the entirety of the body of a career, different story. Throw that to the side. That's ridiculous.
I don't
talking
even know
about
what
for
he's
this year.
be.
Like for this year, right? Like there's a big sell job that's going on right now. I'm seeing a lot of quotes coming out of the building, and I just tell everybody like, it is great that you believe like that. You're really setting this guy up for almost unrealistic expectations.
Well,
like if I took the worst year of a full starter year of a Kirk Cousins year, and I said that's what Brock Purdy had this year, all right? And most people, if I just the raw data, I'm talking about the raw data, the passing yards, all that, and they won, let's say 12 games. I said that's a great year. That's a great year. Yeah. I don't know if that'd be good enough for some people.
It won't be good enough for some people.
And that's ridiculous to me.
It would.
So that's why I'm trying to be reasonable. I'm not trying to be a Brock hater. I'm also not trying to be some like over-the-top homer. I'm trying to be somewhat reasonable. I say, man, like 25 touchdowns, 12 picks. The team wins like 12 games. He plays all 17. They win a couple playoff games. Hell yeah, I want to win the Super Bowl. But like, there's levels and steps before we start sprinting and becoming one of the elite quarterbacks in the league. I'm just really trying to be realistic here.
Yeah, but I don't really care about the numbers. I think so many people are fixated on the raw data, the raw stats.
No, I think with the numbers will come team success.
The wins, the numbers, that'll all play itself out. That'll all come down. The thing is, can he push the ball down the field? That's what's been missing in this offense, which is why we all love Trey Lance coming out of training camp or coming out of that drive. It's like, finally, we got a guy who could push the ball downfield and threaten the defense and take the top off the defense. I think defenses are like looking at Brock Purdy said, boy, if we do play within a 15-yard radius, he will try to beat us deep. He will try to burn us deep. And you know what? The Niners now have playmakers that can beat you deep and can high point that football in a guy like Brandon Ayuk and at times Deebo Samuel as well. So, look, man, Brock Purdy took that offense to another level. Now, what does it look like? And we want to say, hey, it's setting up Purdy for failure with all these expectations. I don't look at it like that. I look at Kyle Shanahan. I look at Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan, you're on the hot seat here. And I'm not saying the hot seat in terms of being fired, but in terms of quarterback criticism. Shanahan, you pick Trey Lance. If it doesn't work out with Trey Lance, that goes on your resume, as well as John Lynch, but it goes on your resume.
But just for a second here, obviously Purdy has accomplished so much more than Trey.
Right.
hasn't this organization learned a little bit? Like, just, I'm not even saying that you can't love your guy. I'm just saying, like, when you go way over the top,
you feel like it's over the top?
I just
because I don't. I just feel like they're answering questions.
It might just be preseason where we hype up everything. Like we do this in baseball. So and so's having the best spring training of all time. This pitcher is working on this, and he's going to do that. You don't get negative articles, but like every quote is talking about. It just to me, he's like, I knew he was him the second I saw him because of the aura. It looked like Jesus walking through the door. I'm like, guys, like, let's take a deep breath. All right.
Well, that's the way they feel. By the way, you're listening to 95.70
I'm trying to be more reasonable this year.
You're listening to 95.70 Game KGMC FM in AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Can I get through the legal?
No.
Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.70 Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just sponsored by our good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to search 95.70 Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel. While you are there, what I was trying to finish here, Shanahan, if Purdy doesn't work out, that's a Shanahan problem. That's on Shanahan. Again, we're in year 7. I would hope this is his guy. I would hope this guy can ride into the sunset where Brock. I would hope that the Niners are finally, because quite frankly, I'm tired of talking about it. You give it an honest assessment on Trey Lance, and it's you're a hater, you're this, you're that. I've been called Uncle Tom this week because I gave an assessment on Trey Lance, and I've been the biggest Trey Lance fan this entire time.
But can't we agree that, like, the way we talk, like, and we're talking about sports culture earlier this hour, like, the absolutes, are, to me, is, like, so unfair. Like, you either win the Super Bowl or everything is deemed a failure. Really? Like, either Brock Purdy's a top 5 quarterback or we're having issues and we're getting Kirk Cousins. Dude, he could be like the 12th best quarterback next year. They could have a monster season, and the ball just doesn't bounce their way for whatever reason in a playoff game, and they lose a shootout or something. Like, there's so many ways that this could be an unbelievably fun and exciting year, and not win the Super Bowl, and still be like no indictment on anyone. So that I just think that we do these things like complete failure. The only success is the Super Bowl. Well, dude, you know how many freeway exits there are in between those two scenarios?
But you know what? For this team and its core, the only success is the Super Bowl. For George Kittle, for Fred Warner, for Trent Williams, for Christian McCaffrey, for Deebo Samuel, for Brandon Ayuk, and the list goes on and on and on. The only success for this team this year is winning a Super Bowl. Now, you could create great memories and great moments. Like last year in the Miami game, it was awesome. It was awesome to see that. L.A., Christian McCaffrey scored 3 touchdowns, 1 receiving, 1 rushing, 1 passing. That was great. But the only success for this team, because this is what they're saying, not us. The only success is winning that Super Bowl.
Well, okay,
that's
so
the position.
2019 Warriors.
That's the position we're in.
No, I know. 2019 Warriors are a great example, and I don't wish injuries on anyone. But given everything we saw and what happened at the end of the year, that year was a failure because they didn't win at all.
To the Warriors, yes.
I mean,
the injuries happened and it sucked.
I thought they pushed it as far as they could possibly push it.
They pushed it because of the injuries, but in a lot of people's minds, it's like, damn it, they could have had a 3-peat. Well, but at the same time, think about what you're saying. Hey, it just came off with 2 championships.
I know, and
so they got the monkey off their back.
I know, but
they get a little more of a pass
for sure
for losing that 2019 NBA Finals. This 49ers team hasn't won a Super Bowl since the mid-90s.
Yeah, I know, but if the same, I'm just hypothetically, a similar scenario played out where, Warner goes down and this guy goes down and they got all the way to the NFC Championship game and they lost. Or they got all the way to the Super Bowl and, both their tackles are out and they're running for their life like Mahomes was the year that he lost to Brady. Like, there's so much nuance, and that's why to say that it's Super Bowl or bust, I get why people say that, and I understand the sentiment. What I'm saying is that's not my setting.
Well, that's not your setting, but that's the player setting.
You're
that's
right.
Eric
You're
Armstead's
probably
setting.
right.
That's Kyle Shanahan's setting. That's John Lynch's setting. That's Christian McCaffrey's setting.
But just say
that's
this
Deebo's
out loud.
Setting.
Winning the Super Bowl with the second-year quarterback who's only got the 9 games under his belt, like, that would be pretty unbelievable.
But we've seen quarterbacks in their early Brady was
Joe Burrow
second
took
year.
a team to the Super Bowl in his second year.
Tom Brady was in his second year.
Yeah,
Joe Montana was in his third.
Technically in his second year of starting.
Mahomes was in his second year of starting when he won a Super Bowl.
I guess Joe Montana was in his full first season, but it was his second season of starting.
Yeah, exactly.
But those
we see young
also
quarterbacks.
Talking about
John Elway was going to Super Bowls young and early in his tenure. Dan Marino went to a Super Bowl in his second season. You
what's
know what
the
I'm saying?
commonality between almost all those guys?
Well, they're elite.
Almost every one of them is a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Maybe Purdy becomes that.
So what I would say is like there's only 27 of those.
We don't
right?
know that, but we don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know how Purdy's career. But the setting for these players, you're saying why does it have to be all or nothing? Because the setting for this core, as it's coming to an end, what did it have? Maybe this year, maybe next year together. The setting for this core is Super Bowl. They've got to 3 NFC championship games. They've lost 2 of them.
I know.
They've gone to a Super Bowl. They lost in dramatic fashion. The setting for Kittle, Warner, Greenlaw, and the rest of this bunch is Super Bowl.
See, I would say to you that, like, for the players, totally makes sense. From the fans and the media, I think there's only one team in the NFL that's Super Bowl or a lost season, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, well, my setting is Super Bowl, too.
No, I get that.
As a fan. And I think there's a lot of fans who think we got to go win a Lombardi. We're tired of coming up short.
We all agree there.
You know,
everyone who doesn't agree with that.
Because think about our offseason, this past offseason when it came to 49 football. Did we ever mention CMC scored 3 touchdowns against the Rams at SoFi Stadium?
No, the throw was so sick.
Did we ever mention the Miami game when Brock Purdy came in to relieve?
Well, we will if it's part of this highlight Hall of Fame and he's the 29th or 28th Hall of Fame
Did we harp on them blowing out Tom Brady and the Bucks?
But we still talk about that New Orleans game with Jimmy G, even though they didn't win the Super Bowl that year.
We do, but we don't.
I mean, that lives in
barely, but we talk about George Kittle's play. We don't even talk about Jimmy's performance.
We still talk about the block from Jordan Willis against the Green Bay Packers.
We do at times.
We still talk about Kaepernick 10 years later.
Not as much as we talk about the loss to SoFi Stadium.
I mean, like the catch, T.O., part 2, right? We still talk about it. They lost the very next week.
Right, no doubt. They did. Did we expect that team to go to the Super Bowl, though?
Well, I think they were in because of who Steve Young was and Jerry Rice, and because of all of the uncertainty on both sides of the Green Bay Packers. And I think it was Super Bowl or bust for that version of that team because of who they had as an established player who already had a championship under his belt.
Xavier, y'all still talking about my uncle? Who's your uncle, Xavier? Who's your uncle? Let me know who your uncle is. The window's closing, though. That's why the setting for this team. And it's when you have 8 players in the top 100.
I know.
How could it not be? How could the setting not be? And let's not be afraid. Why are we so afraid of saying Super Bowl or bust? Why are you afraid of that? I like that setting. I want my teams, whether it's the Warriors, the Giants, or the Niners, it's title or bust. That's the world I live in. I love that. Well, we're in the competition. We're in the contention for big stakes. That means we're playing in big games. That's where we're playing on national television. I love that setting.
No, of course you love that setting. But then I also think about, like, when you have that feeling, I think about 2012, walking down Mission Street, January 2013, sad as hell. Because we lost the Super Bowl to the Ravens. I think about 2019, sad as hell coming out and doing this show with you. Like, that's why. And so, I don't know.
I'm not afraid of it. You got to embrace it, man. And by the way, we got to break. What's coming up in the game sponsored by 7-Eleven. We're giving out tickets to LL Cool J and Chase and 50 Cent. That's coming up on the other side. Your phone call's coming up next as well. 888-957-9570. Jump in on the conversation. Is it okay to have a setting as Super Bowl or bust? Is that an okay setting? What's your setting for this year's 49ers? Is it Super Bowl or bust? I would love to hear from Niner fans. 888-957-9570. Tickets. We're giving out tickets on the other side.
Small cherry Slurpee drinks are only $1 at 7-Eleven. It's a drink so full of bold, fruity flavor that the amazing price is just the cherry on top. Stop in a 7-Eleven to get any small Slurpee.
West Side to the fullest. Oh, I love this song. Look at you laughing. You know you love it.
Oh, I do love it. This beat's so smooth.
You love it.
Killer Cam on the beat. Killer Cam on the board, man. We got Spinotti. We talked
All
about
in
it.
the dough.
We got to get Spinotti some beats. Because Big John, you miss Big John.
Big John Lucan?
Big John Lucan was bringing heat.
Was he?
He was bringing some heat. And I already know what Killer Cam's capable of. I mean, that song's so sick. How's Keith the Sneak doing health-wise? I hope he's doing all right.
I don't know.
I hope he's doing all right.
I don't know. You know, it's look at.
By the way, we're giving out tickets. LL Cool J, 50 Cent, 6 minutes.
Nice.
6 minutes.
Nice. This Super Bowl or bust thing, it's interesting. I know there's layers to this conversation. I just think in sports in general, we've gotten to this point in society, and I'm not saying that you're wrong on this conversation. A lot of Niner fans, like every year we go on, it's like, yeah, we got to win the Super Bowl. Like, look, you're right. We have 8 guys in the top 100. Trust me, I hear everything you're saying, right? But I just think in general, it's either you're the greatest player in the league, you're Mahomes and Steph Curry, or you're trash.
Yeah, we don't give the middle ground guys any love.
So, like, here's an example.
Andrew Wiggins, Austin Reeves.
Exactly. Wilmer Flores. No, be real. Like, if I say, damn, Wilmer Flores had a great month, you're be carrying him. Like, everyone's like, Wilmer Flores sucks. No, he's a good baseball player. He's not a great baseball player.
But he's been a very solid
He's a really good player.
I like Wilmer Flores.
That's my point.
I like a lot of people rip Wilmer. I like Wilmer.
Me too. Me too. I really like him too. But like, we're not even allowed to be a good player anymore. It's either superstar or straight trash.
Yep.
And I guess that's where I get frustrated with the data boys in baseball, because it's like you're either a platooner or you're a superstar and you're Mookie Betts. It's like, what about Robbie Thompson?
Right.
You can't even be a Robbie Thompson anymore.
Darren Lewis.
Right. And so, like, Kirk Cousins is a great example. I don't think Kirk Cousins is a top 8 quarterback. That doesn't mean you can't win a ton of football games and be really good. Jimmy G, right? We just argued our way through the whole Jimmy G experience, right? And I think most people would say, like, Jimmy G was really good. He wasn't great.
He's a good Niner.
He was really, really, really good. So, like, I go back to the Purdy thing, and I say to myself, like, to win a Super Bowl, it just feels like lately you've had to have one of those superstar quarterbacks. Now, I'm sure someone's going to come along and win with what we would deem to be a good, not great quarterback, and they're going to win it all with a supremely talented team. Everything's going to click. I mean, Nick Foles just did it recently. Like, Nick Foles had a really good run. No one is sitting here saying that Nick Foles is some great quarterback, but he was really good in that run. Flacco was really good in that run. It's hard, though, and I think the journey of winning a championship, I just feel like when you say championship or bust for most teams, it totally negates the journey for me, and that's the part that, like, I don't want to acknowledge.
So, there's a couple texts here. We're giving out tickets in 4 minutes. 925. The championship or bust mentality is the dumbest mentality in all of sports. Completely ignores that winning a championship is difficult. See, I could see how you see it like that, but I don't. I understand. When I say the Niners are in a Super Bowl or bust setting, I understand it's very hard. It's very hard. You have to withstand injuries. You have to withstand turbulence. There's always going to be a team that's going to come out of nowhere. They may have your number. You got the Philadelphia Eagles waiting on everybody, and they're stacked.
Yeah.
Stacked.
I think you're right. They might be better.
It might be better on paper.
They might be better than
Not
last
only
year.
that. Not only that.
It's crazy to say.
Not only that. You took one of the bye weeks away in the NFL.
I know.
So now only one team in each conference gets a bye week, which makes it even harder because 6 of the 7 teams in each conference have to play every single weekend of the playoffs before you get that bye week before the Super Bowl.
I hate that,
So
by the way.
it is super hard.
Yes.
I understand that. But I also understand that this core group that is loaded, and this team is top heavy, and they've been knocking on the door. And what's left for this team? They've had all the Pro Bowls. They've had all pro players. They have Pro Bowlers, all pro players. People have gotten paid. Bosa's next to get paid, right? You got the coach. You got the GM, who almost walked away and went to television. But you got the GM. And now you're in year 7 of this regime. And you're so close. Like, think about how disappointing it is that Jim Harbaugh, Frank Gore, Patrick Willis, we talk about all the time, didn't get that one ring.
It breaks my heart.
That is keeping a lot of those guys out of the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
It breaks my heart.
You get one ring. Think about how many Hall of Famers this regime, this core group may have. Now, Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer. But if George Kittle doesn't have a ring, he's going to be a borderline Hall of Famer.
Well, we'll see. We'll
see how it plays out, right? But Debo,
I mean,
a
like
ring
Antonio
helps.
Gates doesn't have a ring.
A ring,
His career
is absolutely incredible.
Comprehensive.
But you would look at those San Diego teams.
Oh.
And you would say, they didn't get one ring.
I know.
And they were in a Super Bowl or bust setting for a good 4-year run. Go ask Neal.
But I would also say to you, I'm glad you brought up that San Diego team. It feels like even in the playoffs, they underperformed. Like, they didn't even have, like, what's that? Just think about that team, that little run they had. What's their playoff moment? It's like LaDainian Tomlinson on the sideline with the helmet on, sadly.
Right.
Like, at minimum, like, and I'm not trying to make, like, I'm not trying to pretend like they're champions, but, like, Shanahan's teams and Harbaugh's teams, they've won some monster playoff games.
Those San Diego teams on the way to those playoff games, they were 14-2 one year.
I know. Shanahan's won 6 playoff games in his 3 playoff.
Marty and Norv won a lot of playoff games.
6.
Marty and Norv won some playoff games, but they won a lot of big games. You can't say they didn't win a lot of. They beat Peyton Manning in wild card games for crying out loud.
Was that the one where the kicker missed the field goal? Or no?
I don't. I know Cromartie had like 3 picks one year
That's
against.
Right.
That was on a Monday night game, I think. But the Chargers, they were in a setting where if we don't win the title, so maybe it shouldn't be Super Bowl or bust. Maybe it shouldn't be title or bust. But maybe it should be title or disappointment. Because if they don't win a championship this year, it will be disappointing for the 49ers. A lot of fans will be disappointed. Because the bus will say, if we say Super Bowl or bust, maybe that's the Philadelphia Eagles dream team that didn't make the playoffs, that fell on their heads. Michael Vick got crushed. Nnamdi Asomugha got ran out of town. That was a bust year.
Well, I look at the Warriors. It's shaping up, right? For the Warriors, like, it's pretty much like you got to win the title, and anything short of that, because of where these guys are at in their career, not that it's like, oh, it's devastating, but like, that'd be really disappointing for those guys. But they've already got their stuff that's cemented. Yes.
So the disappointment is not as deep as it would be for the 49ers.
But I'm saying, like, in terms of what they're putting together, like the Chiefs, every year that they don't win it, it is considered not successful enough.
Yep.
Right? Because of what the standard that they've created at this point. So, like, I say this, like, B, what if I presented this option to you? Because we talk about the team. They got 8 guys in the top 100. They're amazing. Those things deteriorate for whatever reasons. Underperformance, injuries, blah, blah, blah. But Brock Purdy shows, dude, he has like a Jalen Hurts-like year. Now I say to myself, all right, so we didn't win it this year, but boy, we got a 10-year window, right? So there's many ways this season could play out, and it depends, like the level of optimism versus disappointment. I got to see what it looks like.
But even then, if Purdy balls out this year, we don't know if he's going to be good for the next 10 years. He could get hurt.
Yeah, but you feel like that.
You feel like maybe you found your guy. But even if Purdy does play like Jalen Hurts this year, you're playing for something bigger than just a divisional championship. Purdy plays like Jalen Hurts from a season ago.
You're thinking Super Bowl.
We're talking Las Vegas.
But that's
We're talking Allegiant Stadium in February.
But like when I look at those top 7, 8 quarterbacks that we keep rattling off, right? You know, it's like Burrow is like every year he doesn't win the Super Bowl. Yeah, like because that's where his expectation level is now. And it kind of sounds absurd because he took a team that was the Bengals, for crying out loud. Mahomes, same thing. But you know that they've got 10-year windows. And as long as those guys are there, they're going to be in the mix. So and that's if you told me even this year they don't win a Super Bowl, but that's what I can hang my hat on,
then that's a good thing. And that's something we'll talk about.
I wouldn't love it, but boy, I'd accept it.
So this Chargers run from 2004 to 2009. Think about what they did. And think about the disappointment of Charger fans right now. We're going to give some tickets away in just 3 minutes here. 3 minutes. They were 12-4, 04, lost in a wild card game. 9-7 next year, don't make the playoffs. 06, 14-2, lost that classic game to the Patriots where Marty Schottenheimer told the safety, you're going to get interception today. And the safety did get the interception, but he didn't get down and he fumbled and he gave the ball back to the Patriots.
They didn't win a playoff game that year.
They didn't win a playoff game.
Wow, okay.
11-5 the next year with North Turner. They get to the conference championship to New England. They lose 21-12.
I vaguely remember that. So they had won a playoff, at least a playoff, yeah.
8-8 the next year. They win a playoff game. They lose in the divisional round. 13-3 the next season. 13-3, which I think they had a bye week. And they got smoked by the New York Jets at home.
So they won 2 playoff games essentially in that entire time. See, that's a big disappointment. The Niners have won saying. The Niners have won 2 playoff games in every time they've entered during Shanahan. So and you can say, Joe, well, when you enter in the wild card, you got to win an extra game.
So where are the Niners at? Because 408's telling me Xfinity Mobile text line, stop, Bonte. Championship or bust only applies to clear favorites or all-time great teams. For example, Warriors from 2017 to 19, Niners in the 90s, Lakers, Celtics 80s, Heat from 11 to 14. Are the Niners not one of the favorites to contend for the Super Bowl this year? Or am I missing something?
No, they are. They are. But that doesn't mean that it's like championship or bust for them. Again, like for me, just my setting.
All right.
I don't even think it's championship or bust for Cincinnati. To me, it's just Kansas City. But that's my setting. That's not everyone else's setting.
That's not my setting.
Yeah.
Let's go to Richard Livermore. Rich, what's happening? Rich, what's happening?
Up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call, man.
Anytime.
Hey, got two things for you guys real quick. B and Chaz. So I think first, one thing about the Super Bowl run is we've been starting off late with this 3 and 5 starts and ramping up, and I think we can't afford that. A, we lost home field last year with that BS. I think Shot Kyle got to put Brock's ass in there now, or at least the last preseason game with the ones, and get something going so the guy can get some chemistry and get some real gameplay. And two, I think with the Trey Lance and the Sam Darnold deal, I really think he's not getting a fair chance. Leave the ones in there for the first half and let Lance get down with them. Like, I think the game will slow down for him. He got more weapons. He got a better O-line. The kid may be able to make some plays. And then let Darnold have a couple, series with him. That's how you really can assess who the backup is. Because I feel like if Brock does go down, we're screwed. We don't know who the hell's going to be our QB. We don't know how they're going to perform, right? What do you guys think about that?
Well, I was talking to B at the break, and I was just saying to him, like, with all the hype, everything with Purdy, if for whatever reason, injury, underperformance, if we get a look at Sam Darnold at some point this year, even if Sam Darnold balled out, I'd be very disappointed. Just on the level of
even if he wins games?
Because of the Brock Purdy thing.
What if Sam Darnold balls out and he's on a 1-year deal, Purdy goes down, and Darnold looks like he's the guy who can lead the offense? Oh, it's time to give away some tickets. 415-951-2386. 415-951-2386. Caller number 4 will win 2 tickets to see LL Cool J September 1st at Chase Center. That's going to be sick. I may try to, I'm going to be out of town for that. Plus 2 tickets to see 50 Cent September 2nd at the Shoreline Amphitheater, courtesy of Live Nation. That's right. Caller number 4, 415-951-2386. What if Darnold does come in and ball out? You're like, oh my gosh, maybe Darnold could be the guy.
Well, it would just.
Why couldn't Darnold Brock Purdy?
Well, he could. He absolutely could. Look, if you ask me, Joe, you have to put money $1,000. He does or he doesn't play this year. I'm putting the $1,000 on. We're going to see Sam Darnold at some point start a game for the Niners. That's where I would put my money, and not because I don't like Brock, because I just look at the team. Like they've had one quarterback take all the snaps, and that was 2019 during the Shanahan era. I want to ask you something though about like this whole rhetoric about what they got to do with Trey Lance. I find it interesting. I think a lot of people, and you and I have kind of talked about this off air, like a lot of people that talk about sports, that, love sports, maybe don't understand the nuance of sports. Practice for anyone is like what, 2 hours a day?
Yeah.
Give or take? All right. I say this a lot, and I'm not trying to compare Little League practice to an NFL practice. It is totally different. There are thousands of coaches, totally different. But I do see the similarity in this sense. There's a similarity here. I tell parents all the time, look, I can only give so much time to any one kid on the field at the expense of the other people. So even if I broke down and gave your kid individual coaching while I'm coaching the other 20 kids on the team, what am I giving them? 10 minutes?
Yeah.
At the expense of the other 19 kids that are on that field. Right? So this narrative that they have to do X, Y, and Z for Trey Lance, that ship has sailed. He has to coach the entire team. There are 53 more now, 80 guys on that field that they're coaching. They've got an entire ship of dudes that they're taking a journey with. They can't go backwards and make a special catering situation for the guy. At one point, maybe they could have a year ago, 2 years ago, but that ship has sailed. And now they've got this entire boat of guys that they're on this journey to try to win a championship with. And if Trey falls behind, well, that's on him. That's not on Shanahan to stop what he's doing at the expense of the other 8 guys in the top 100 to go back and work just with him or to create a setting just for him. So, like, everyone has to realize that's not how sports works.
No, it doesn't work like that. By the way, I'm gonna get to this sound. I want to get to David Frizzo. Then I got a sound bite. I want to see how people react to it. Shanahan on Tim Kawakabe's podcast is somehow, some way, it slipped me. I hadn't heard it yet. We will in a second, but first, David Fresno. Dave, what's happening?
You guys, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Just want to say, you guys talking about Super Bowl bust. I think it's more so Purdy or bust. And I say that because if he flames out or he ain't as good as what the coach feels or the team feels, where do you turn to next year as a quarterback? Like, do you go into the draft? Like, you get a veteran? Like, Tom Brady ain't walking through that door anymore. Aaron Rodgers is not going to be available. So it's like, all right, if Purdy ain't the guy, then what are you doing? I don't think you can go to Trey at that point. I just think that ship's going to sail. And Shasky, you say, well, you know, only a few teams have Mahomes and Burrow and Herbert and Lamar. What I would say to that is those teams, if you have that guy, every year you have a chance to win the Super Bowl. It doesn't matter who's on the team. If you have a Bosa, if you have a Kittle, it doesn't matter. If you have those guys, you have a chance to win the Super Bowl. With us, we have to have all those guys to have Purdy as our quarterback. All those guys have to be in a team as opposed to one player. So it does help to have that, you know, that quarterback, that guy, because once you have him, everything else can just fall in place. With us, it all has to be kind of working together. And this core is not going to stay together forever, you know, but a quarterback can stay for a long time if you have that guy. So if Purdy's not it, you know, then where you turn to next. That's why I think Purdy has to work. Otherwise, we're going to be doing that song and dance again next year.
Exactly. You're so on point,
But
Dave.
you were
You're
just
so
saying
on
that
point.
Darnold could step in and win games.
No,
or you were saying hypothetically,
well,
what if
he did? Maybe the Niners say, well, we're going to give Sam Darnold another 1-year deal or a 2-year deal and go get it and keep Purdy because you have him on a team-friendly deal. Now, you got to make a decision on Trey Lance, but this was fascinating. I'm surprised more people didn't talk about this. July 25th, Kyle Shanahan sat down with the Athletics' Tim Kawakami. And he talked about Lance and Purdy before the 2022 season.
This was last year, okay?
But this is July 25th, right before camp started this season. But he brought up Lance and Purdy before training camp of last season. And here's what Shanahan had to say. Somehow, some way, this has not gotten a lot of burn, but this is fascinating.
You look back to that training camp, you just heard what I said. I really loved how our 7th-round draft pick was playing. That didn't mean I was going to give him the reps Trey was. Trey, I saw more in college. We all did. We believed this upside was huge, and we were going to give him every chance to find that, and we were trying to get Brock ready to make a team. Then Trey gets hurt. Jimmy comes back. Jimmy gets hurt, and now you're going with a guy that you think has a chance in this league, but not that you didn't draft him to do this spot. You just believe he has a chance. And then he comes in, and now you go off with what you see. Now it's just very simple football. And what he did week in and week out, each week, by the end, it wasn't a tough decision because he had all the film there. It would be really tough if they did that in practice all the time and there was no game tape and you're going to make this decision without watching him go into a real NFL game. Like, no, I'm probably going to go with the guy that we invested in more, that we think had the higher upside before we got both, and I'm going to do that. And I still don't know what the right answer is because I can't see it all.
So he hinted that he thought Purdy was better than Trey, but he couldn't play him because of the draft status. And he had to give Trey all the runway in training camp because of the draft positioning, the draft status, and, look, the potential and what we drafted for, or what we gave up for him. We got to get this guy ready to go. So he needs all the reps he could possibly get. But it almost sounds like Shanahan thought, boy, Purdy's on that level already with Trey Lance, but I can't possibly do this.
But if that's the case, then why did they keep Jimmy Garoppolo around in between those two?
Because what I believe with the Jimmy Garoppolo stuff, this is where Jimmy comes into play.
Okay.
See, I don't believe they brought Jimmy to come replace Trey Lance. What I believe is that Nate Sudfeld was so bad, is Shanahan said, you know, as much as I believe in Purdy, and I think Purdy could be somebody in this league, I can't go into week 1 Chicago with Trey Lance, who doesn't have any experience as a starter, and a 7th-round draft pick as his backup. I can't do that to this team. So let me get Jimmy, since nobody wants to trade for him. Let's rework that deal. Now, let me get a veteran in the room to at least bridge that gap before Purdy's really ready to go. I think that's the case. I don't think it had anything to do with Trey.
Then why wouldn't you have him suit up and play with the team during training? Like this again. I'm not saying that Shanahan's wrong.
It's a negotiation. Jimmy obviously wanted to be out. They were like, look, we want this price for Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, now that we have Jimmy and Nate Sudfeld stinks, let's just roll Jimmy back because we know what we got there. I can't throw Sudfeld in the game. He's not good. He's not good. So that's why I believe they brought Jimmy back. I thought that the whole time, and I said that. I said so much. I don't think it had anything to do with Trey. I think it had to do with the fact that I can't possibly go into the season with Trey Lance with 2 starts under his belt and the last pick of the NFL draft. I can't do that going into a year. That's what I think Shanahan's thinking was.
But see, so what you just said, I completely agree with. And yes, that does have a lot to do with Trey Lance because that means you don't have a lot of you wouldn't have Jimmy Garoppolo if you had Joe
You don't
Burrow.
have a lot of experience behind Trey Lance in case something happens. Trey Lance was still his guy. Trey Lance still started. Okay. Trey Lance was still going to be the starter. Okay. But due to the lack of experience behind Trey Lance, it was like, you know what?
Yeah,
let me get the experienced guy here who has run my system. And although I don't love the way he runs my system, at least I know he can do it as opposed to Nate Sudfeld being on his football team. Sudfeld stunk. Sudfeld stunk. He got beat out by Purdy.
I guess essentially we're in agreement, maybe just a little off. I just don't think it's this cyclical. I think when you're building a team, you're trying to put together the best roster you can, and you want as much depth and as many good guys. And you want
and that's why he brought Jimmy back.
Yes,
because of the lack of experience in the quarterback room. And the fact is, I could be better with Jimmy as opposed to Nate Sudfeld.
I don't think it's even. I think it's just as simple as Jimmy's good, and I don't know what Trey Lance could be. And if he struggles, I'm going right to him. And if Jimmy struggles, I'm going right to that guy. I think that's how you build a team, as opposed to I know there's an element of experience in the locker room.
Let's not forget too, they had the meeting with the captains when they were thinking about bringing Jimmy back. They were thinking about bringing Jimmy back. And he had the meeting with the leaders of the team, their little council or whatnot.
Yeah,
and they asked him, he said, how would you feel if we brought Jimmy as a backup? How would this play out? And they all said, you know what? It's cool with us. We know who Jimmy is. It's cool with us. So we actually had to talk to people on the team and even bring him back because of the situation with Trey Lance and everything happening there. So,
But see, I guess this is where I find it funny that Brock's their guy now, but this revisionist history that Brock was always their guy. If all these dudes thought that he was so special, wouldn't everyone have been like, don't even go to Jimmy. We got that guy right there.
I don't
because we might not have ever been able to flip over the Purdy card.
See, I don't think they're doing it now. I don't think they believe Purdy was the guy right away. But when they saw him go into a game, and they were like, damn, we may have something here. And did you beat Tampa? And did you go up to Seattle and this guy's playing with broken ribs?
I don't know.
You win a game in Seattle for the division? Think about all the quarterbacks who have won in Seattle. Kaepernick never won in Seattle. Jimmy was the first quarterback to win in Seattle since Alex Smith. All right? The Niners have won 5 or 6 times in Seattle since Seattle has moved into the NFC West again. So you win those games against a desperate Tampa Bay team with all the exposure, with all the spotlight on you, and then you go to Seattle and you clinch a division with Brock, and then maybe they're saying, damn, we may have something here. Maybe he's our guy now. See, I don't believe they thought that in training camp. But after a few games in the regular season, they're like, shoot, maybe we fell into something here.
Well, fell into something, yes, that I agree with.
But I don't think it's revisionist history that's saying that Brock's the guy at the training camp. Nobody's saying that at all.
Well, but we're using, but I'm seeing these articles being written by Ian Rappaport saying Warner knew at training camp last year. I can't wait to watch this guy. And it just feels to me we're building the Disney story.
That's them.
In revisionist. I know, but that's
I'm not focused on the media. I'm focused on the 49ers and who's in that facility.
We were reading those quotes
and what Kyle Shanahan. They said they saw him at the 3 games, and Shanahan said, "Boy, I may have the real deal here." After 3 games, which sounds preposterous, but that was after games. This isn't after training camp. Let's go to the calls. Matt and SF. Matt, what's happening?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's going on, man?
Hey.
Yeah, I had a question,
actually. I was wondering, if you look back now, Geno Smith had more passing attempts in his first season or last year than Lance had since high school. So I was a Lance guy. I thought we had our dude. But now looking back, in that draft, there were plenty of quarterbacks. Why was it Trey that you move up to go get with that body of work?
Ask Shanahan.
That had you so sold. Because I guess we were all snowed. We're like, oh, this is the guy. We saw the highlight reels. But, you could have moved up and gotten Justin Fields. You could have gotten a lot of guys in that draft. Why the guy with one good season for a school like North Dakota, and you think that's your dude? Now we're like, what's happening? That was our guy.
Why?
Well, it's the lack of reps, Matt. And I'll let you finish. It's the lack of reps that he's had. It's a James Wiseman-ish type of situation. Think about Wiseman. Played high school, played 3 games in Memphis, doesn't play at all. Rookie year gets cut short, gets hurt. Second year doesn't play at all. It's kind of very similar to Trey Lance in a way. Very similar. And the lack of playing time for these young men, when you're on teams that are competing for titles, you can't sit back and wait for these guys to develop. You got to go win now. You get left off the bus.
But I would answer your question this way. Like, every missed pick they've ever had in the history of sports is like, yeah, we thought that guy was going to be better. We saw X, Y, and Z. We projected X, Y, and Z. None of those things came to fruition. Solomon Thomas, Reuben Foster, Dante Pettis, Mike McGlinchey. Like, just go right down the list. Javon Kinlaw, Trey Lance. Like, I would say all their misses have the exact, in the history of sports. Yeah, I thought that guy was going to be better. I thought he would get in our system. He would progress quicker. I thought he could do X, Y, and Z, and actually he can't. You know, like, it's an assessment miss.
Go ahead, Matt. Finish strong.
No, I was just going to say, like, now, speaking of, now we have Sam Darnold. I get that logic. If you drafted Sam Darnold, came out of USC, national title contender, D1, huge program, but even the division Lance came out of, it's like, even if you have a great year there, what makes you think one good year there means this is your future face of the franchise?
Well, would you have taken Mac Jones?
I would love to know what the thought was.
We've seen two seasons of Mac Jones, and most people are like, great rookie year. And now it sounds like he's really looking bad in camp. Who knows what he looks like this year? He had one great year at Alabama where they kicked the crap out of everyone. So, like, sometimes you just take the wrong guy.
And it sounds like they took the wrong guy, but it's unfortunate because we haven't been able to see him, right? You could say he didn't get a fair chance. Well, part of the fairness here is that he got hurt, and it sucks because he was given the keys to the operation a year after Jimmy led this team to the NFC Championship game. And look, Jimmy, I don't think had anything to do with those playoff wins. He was a passenger. Debo was carrying that offense. But anyway, Jimmy moved. They tried to move off of Jimmy. They gave the keys to Trey Lance. He got hurt. Somebody came in and Wally pipped him, which we've seen in the NFL time and time again. But we knew coming in that he did have a lot of experience, which is why I wanted to see him playing from day one as a rookie. Throw him in the fire, let him get the kinks out now, get the rust out now. He'll be better down the line. Didn't happen. He had to sit again after sitting a year before with the pandemic. Well, that's a lot of time to sit for a young quarterback.
We rip the 49ers for not you and me, but like people can rip the 49ers for not playing Trey Lance right away. Very similar to the Wilmer Flores equation. If you play Casey Schmidt at third base right now every single day, you're probably not going to win as many games. Probably not. On the big league club is if you play Wilmer Flores.
Yep.
Right? And I'm just using Wilmer as an example, right? Like, so on one level, like if you're trying to win, now we can say, hey, the Giants aren't at the level of where the Niners are at. The Niners are trying to win a Super Bowl. Right. The Giants are trying to qualify for the playoffs. But it's the same concept in that I don't think I have the runway because I think we can actually make the playoffs, and I'm not going to let the younger guy who probably does need the reps, but I don't know if he's ever going to be better than Wilmer Flores, but I know who Wilmer Flores is right now, and he can help me win some games.
No, he can.
And I see there's a metaphor there with Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance.
Let's go to TC Sacramento. TC, what's happening?
Monte Shasky, what's up?
What's up, TC?
What's up, bro? Hey, this situation is sad. It's a sad situation. And you know what? I'm not even going to grill Lance. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, he really ain't got nothing to do with this situation, bro. He was drafted by an incompetent coach and a GM that thought they knew better than ever. You get what I'm saying? And they lucked up on Brock. I don't want to keep all these weeks talking about they knew. If you knew Brock was the guy, why didn't you take him with that third round special? Shanahan that you always
sometimes you get lucky.
Why did we wait to the seventh?
Sometimes you get lucky.
Hold on, Joe.
You know, Jerry Jones got lucky with
let
that.
Let TC finish.
Now I'm saying though, listen, if you knew he was a guy, listen, take him with a higher draft pick. Don't wait to the seventh round or wait until you see 3 games in the whole draft channel. If he was better, bro, he should have been a guy or it should have been a quarterback competition. The whole Jimmy G situation, bringing him back, Vontae, we agree on that. Trey should have been a guy from day one. Right. JG was brought back because the vets was like, Kyle, you getting there are losers if you don't do right. That's why Jimmy G was brought back. He wasn't brought back to heads and all that. He was brought back to tame the locker room because they didn't really know what was going on. He thought Trey was, whatever they was looking at, he thought he was that. They didn't even think Brock was the guy. If that was the case, like you said earlier, Bonte, Jimmy would have never been brought back. It would have been, hey, if Lance ain't the guy, I know for sure our 7th round pick to be the guy. And if not, we got Sudfeld. I'm tired of all these leaks, bro. Shanahan and Lynch was wrong about this. We still don't even know.
Yeah.
But if it's trending that way, if it goes that way, bro, it's on them. It's period. It's on them. What were you looking at?
That's a good point, TC. Good point there. And that's the thing that I don't want to be swept under the rug.
What's that?
If Trey Lance doesn't work out, let's not all pile on the 23-year-old kid that Trey Lance didn't work out, that he's slow to process, that he's hesitant, that he's indecisive. This is a Shanahan and Lynch problem. You moved up there to grab a quarterback, and you still hear the rumors that, oh, boy, Lynch had to talk Shanahan into Trey Lance, or Lynch wanted this guy. You hear it, well, did Shanahan want back? Or what about Justin Fields? All this stuff. The fact is, you took Trey Lance. You moved off that draft capital to get Trey Lance. So if it doesn't work out, you got lucky with Brock Purdy. He's your guy, and he won a lot of games last year. Now, we'll see this year. We'll see how it plays out, and I got an open mind about this offense. I don't think we don't pay enough attention to how dynamic this offense could be in 2023. I'm very excited about the weapons that they have. However, if Trey doesn't work out, it does fall on Shanahan and Lynch. Yeah. This will follow them forever.
But if they
don't win.
Wait. Win the Super Bowl?
If they don't win the title, we will look back at this like we look back at Brady, like we look back at Stafford, like we look back at 2017.
But this is where I have a hard time. So this
or
is where,
drafting Watson and Mahomes.
But this is where I have a difficult time to be able to assess this. If the year ends essentially every year in the NFC Championship game, he's not a failure. He's not a failure, and that doesn't mean that they can't overcome.
Oh, Brock.
I'm talking about Shanahan in general.
No, he's not a failure. He's a damn good coach.
Exactly.
But if he doesn't get over the top, this will follow him.
Oh, no, that I agree with.
That's what I'm saying.
But people want to hold him accountable. It's hard for me to be furious if every year finishes up in the NFC Championship game or close to it, right? Where they win a ton of games. The other thing is right now, to me, on August 16th of 2023, I don't give a damn if they passed on Brock Purdy 7 different times. Here's what I do care about. They made the assessment this offseason that they're going to stick with him and they're going to roll with him, and they get credit for that.
Right.
They've whatever happened in the draft it's
done.
It's over.
I moved off.
It's over. It's now about what you do now.
Marcus Spears said this about the Trey Lance trade, and JC and Sack, hang on tight. We're going to get to you. The lines are lighting up right now. We'll get to everybody here, but this sound right here, just it made me scratch my head.
Look, they got a terrible situation on their hands with this Trey Lance. And Dan and I talked about this. This may go down as one of the worst trades in the draft in the history of the NFL. The fortunate part is Kyle Shanahan has done such a phenomenal job of getting this team ready to play and being so creative offensively that it hasn't shown in the win-loss column. But you lost a lot by going up and get Trey Lance. And Dan and I sat there, and RC as well. We sat there during the draft and was like, why wouldn't you take Justin Fields? Why wouldn't you have Justin Fields in this situation after we saw Zach Wilson go? Some of us even thought that Justin Fields should go beyond Zach Wilson.
We're going to talk about that forever. We'll be watching Justin Fields for a long, long time.
Would you feel more confident about the 49ers? I know his development would be different, but would you feel more confident heading into this year with Justin Fields or Mac Jones or Brock Purdy?
It's a great question. I would feel just as confident with either of these quarterbacks.
See,
it'd be about the same.
I feel better. I feel better about Brock Purdy than those other two guys, only because I saw it with Purdy at the highest of heights. But that's probably unfair to Justin Fields because his weaponry is not.
So why are you so hesitant on the season where Brock Purdy did? If that's how you feel.
Well, I mean, Justin Fields hasn't even made it through a whole season.
Yeah, but he played dynamic last year without the weapons. I
still don't know if he can win a playoff game. I've seen Purdy win a playoff game. Fair or not.
So what's the fear then? I don't get what the big fear is. We were having a conversation yesterday about the offense.
I'm asking about those two players. Right. I've seen Mac Jones play terrible in a playoff game. I think they got shut out in that playoff game.
No, they scored some points, but it was bad.
It was
his
really
first ever playoff game.
Right, and I also
saw first ever playoff game.
I also saw Bailey Zappi or Zappy Bailey, whatever the heck his nickname is, take his job at points last year for underperforming.
You also had Joe Judge and Matt Patricia as your coordinators.
That's all part of the equation. I think Fields would look different, but what we've seen in the NFL, it's no question Brock's the better, right now, the better player. Things can change.
I don't know. If you ask GMs around the league who you'd rather have, Brock or Justin Fields,
That's an interesting question.
I don't know.
You think if we got outside the Bay Area, people would?
I'm going to say my comment.
Okay.
No, I was going to say. I'm going to leave that alone. JC in Sacramento. JC, what's happening?
What's going on, guys?
What's up, JC?
Hey, man, I just think, man, like, it's just too much. It's just a lot of unnecessary criticism when it comes to Trey Lance, right?
Agreed.
Now, I heard you guys say on Monday, oh, he looks slow and things like that. I went back and I challenged anybody. It's 2 10-minute videos on YouTube. The Cardinals game, the Texans game. He was not looking slow, outrunning linebackers, outrunning DBs. He was looking more confident and more decisive. They lost that Cardinals game. We forget, Deebo Samuel dropped the wide-open bubble screen touchdown. Mohamed Sanu dropped the pass. 3 drop passes in the first half. Go to the Texans game. They won that game.
Oh, yeah.
He made progressions. That little jump pass to Willie Snead he made on Sunday did the same thing in the Cardinals game to Jermichael Hasty. Jump right over him, bam. That's what he does when he gets going. He has to feel the groove. He just hasn't had time to play and really get his feet under him. And the tutoring, like, do you have faith in Brian Griese? Like, what has Brian Griese really done on these quarterback streets for him to just come get all this work dropped in his lap and say, here, coach these young guys? If that ain't nepotism and friendship, because you play for my father, you come straight from the booth, no type of experience. Anytime you ask him about Trey Lance, he start hemming and hawing because he doesn't know what to say, because he doesn't know what to do. Then Trey Lance goes up out and gets his own quarterback coach. That ain't got their lips all poked out because he came back looking good now. All I'm saying is this. Let the man get a chance to play. All the narratives nationally, that is weird to me. Because one year they said Jimmy Garoppolo gets hurt, he's not the guy.
JC,
Trey Lance supposed to start the next year. Oh, Jimmy Garoppolo's the guy. And I get Cowherd.
JC.
You break up with my daughter too, I don't like you either.
JC, can you meet me here, though? The Niners don't have time to give him reps right now. Right?
Agreed. But you know what? That's a gross mismanagement by Kyle Shanahan.
I agree with that. But the lack of reps, the lack of rust, Trey Lance could not afford, despite all that. You know this, JC. He cannot afford to look like that on Sunday. He couldn't afford it. He had to be better.
Though? I believe he'll be the backup quarterback, though. I believe he'll get the backup quarterback job because I believe that by the time the third game ends in the preseason, I believe he'll get his feet under him like he's always done, and he'll progress. Is he going to beat out Brock? I doubt it, but we don't know what Brock's going to look like. If Trey Lance can come back hesitant, Brock can too.
No doubt about that, JC. Very good call. Call us back, man. I love the passion. I love the fire. Let's get to the injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, football season. We just got through one preseason game, man. This journey will be a turbulent one, especially when the Niners announced the safety George Odom will miss the rest of training camp, and the 2 remaining preseason games. He's dealing with a left shoulder issue. Remember, George Odom, a really good special teamer. Kyle Shanahan said he may not be able to resume contact drills until the regular season begins. Also, linebacker Oren Burks will miss time this preseason after suffering a PCL sprain during joint practices last week with the Las Vegas Raiders. Also, George Kittle out for another week. Dre Greenlaw taking it easy. Some injuries piling up here, but we'll see what happens week 1. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Mosquito killer. Jay, we're going to get to you. We got David Lombardi coming up, and we have a huge announcement. Huge announcement. You don't want to miss it coming up here on The Roast.
This is Matt Coker from West Coast Men's Health. I'm proud to let you know that nationwide, our clinics have a 4.7 out of 5-star rating on
baby, oh baby, oh baby. Welcome back to the roast. 2 hours down, 2 hours ago, and hopefully everybody getting off their graveyard shift had a good shift, and hopefully you get home safely, get some nice rest, and you're listening to the roast on the way home. Good morning to everybody out there getting out to work, and you're on your roadways, stuck in traffic. Hopefully we're keeping you entertained, drive safely. Good morning to all the students, all the teachers, all the cops, all the highway patrol, firefighters, bus drivers, you name it. Everybody out there, overnight dancers, you know what it is. Shasky, Killer Cam on the board, on the ones and twos. And we got Sam Lubman in the building. Shout out to our roasters, powered by First NorCal Credit Union on Twitch and YouTube, and our roasters on the Xfinity Mobile text line. We appreciate you, Mosquito Killer and Jay Hagon tight, because we have a huge announcement. Huge announcement. Announcement.
Wade Meckler got his first Major League base hit.
That's an announcement, but that's not the one I was gunning for. Trey Lance is beat. I'm kidding, everybody.
Wow, dude, don't do that to everybody.
Trey Lance. Shout out to Lucas, first day of school, Pacifica School District. That's right, 415. I'll shout you out, but that's not my announcement.
What's your announcement?
We are formally inviting everybody to kick off the football season with 95-70 games, Red Gold Summit. Oh, Red Gold Summit! Join all your favorite 95-70 game hosts at Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon to welcome into football year Tuesday, August 29th. Willard and Dibbs will start it off at 2 p.m. Then the summit will go from 4 to 6 p.m. All the hosts will debate and answer the most burning questions surrounding the Red Gold during a live show right in front of you. Our loyal listeners. Again, that's Tuesday, August 29th at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon. And here's a little more information about Fieldwork Brewing Company, who we can't thank enough for hosting this fun event. They're a craft brewery that was founded in Berkeley in 2014 with a focus on exceptional, honest beer making. They have 8 locations now. 8 locations. Berkeley, Corte Madera, Monterey, Napa, Sacramento, San Leandro, San Mateo, and San Ramon. We'll be there August 29th for the 95-70 game Red Gold Summit. And get this, the Fieldwork Brewing Company San Ramon now features the Leaks Top Golf Simulators. Wow, this is a great place.
I'm bringing my clubs.
So again, Tuesday, August 29th, meet all of us out at Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon for 95-70 games Red Gold Summit.
Nice.
We look forward to seeing everybody there. Look, Bois Vito was great.
It was awesome.
Walnut Creek was great. Standing room only.
Great.
Let's go to Fieldwork Brewing Company. Let's make it happen in San Ramon, folks.
You know, it was so great doing Willard and Dibbs' job for them during their time slot.
I know, we carried them. We helped their ratings so much. Boy, they had the best month of their life after that summit. I'm kidding.
Well, actually, Bonte, let me tell you about sports. I've never disagreed with any of the Big Three's transactions or anything a team has done locally once. I'm in lockstep with everything they do.
Mark Willard, that is Joe Shasky, not Bonte Hill, just in case you're wondering.
Smile and laugh a little.
Oh, I don't know if he'll be smiling. We got the all-staff meeting today. He's going to come see you.
Yeah, I will not be in attendance. I have to take Illy to the vet. She's not doing well.
All right.
Just stuff all over the house. Let's just put it that way.
First question already. Jay LaFrey. Bacha, you having a driver again? San Ramon's a long way away. Premier Limos. What? Steve, I'll be talking to you.
So there's a little 9-hole golf course in Livermore. And I don't know what the name of it is, but it's right off of 580 there. It might not be Livermore. It might be Pleasanton. I kind of, they're like right on top of each other. Dublin, I'm not sure. But I think we should play a little 9 holes. Me, you, get Lubby out there. And
before?
Yeah, before.
You know what I'm doing after? So I got to go to New Orleans the next day.
The next day?
Yeah, the next day. And so I'm going to get a haircut, and I'm going to take a nap before the summit. So you guys have fun playing 9-hole golf in Livermore, which will be probably 100 degrees. I will be taking a nap, and maybe I'll get a driver. Maybe I'll drive. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe David Lombardi will come. David Lombardi come out to San Ramon, maybe show his face out there at the Fieldwork Brewery there, Fieldwork Brewing Company, Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon. David Lombardi from The Athletic, been at every single practice, every single game. Obviously, we're going to talk Trey. We're going to talk Sam Darnold. We're going to talk about Brock Purdy. But the first question I have as we bring in David Lombardi onto the Morning Roast here at 95.7 The Game, first question I have for David is, do you still carry a wallet? David, I'm sure you didn't expect that, but do you still carry a wallet?
Well, why do you ask? Because some people, I guess, have their wallets on their phones. Is that
That's me. That's me,
why.
David.
That's why.
I'm new school.
Right.
I'm not old school. I don't have a Gucci wallet. I have a straight up phone setup where I've got my ID in the back of it with a little, whatever this is, a Kaiser card, one credit card, and then the key card to get into the station. That's it. I've stripped my life down.
So your phone is your wallet. So technically you do carry a wallet. It's just your phone now.
Yeah, but not a separate wallet, if you get what I'm saying. So, but
Yeah.
yes, my phone is my wallet.
I'm old school. I do carry a wallet, and I also have a watch, like an old school watch, like a nice watch. I don't use it to check the time though. It's like more of a fashion statement. So I almost feel like the wallet's like a little fashion accessory. As men, we can accessorize our fashion in little minute ways. They go a long way. So that's the way I look at a wallet.
That's Stafford education,
I was just gonna
man.
say.
David, you're probably too smart for the show. But our poll question right now is: do you still carry a wallet? 83% of the people of the vote so far in our YouTube poll question say they still carry a wallet.
I guess
I'm still one of those guys who carry. I gotta have the wallet.
I guess
David.
I'm old school.
Yeah,
Or new school.
You are old
excuse me.
school.
New
Yeah,
school,
I love the old wallet here. All right, does Trey Lance, Sam Darnold, or Brock Purdy carry a wallet? What do you know about that, David?
Well, right now Trey Lance's wallet's bigger than Brock Purdy's. That's for sure because he's the number 3 overall pick. So Brock Purdy, and what's remarkable is that the 49ers they're gonna have their starting quarterback at like a $800,000 cap hit this year.
That's incredible.
Which is a way to and here's the thing about Trey. We'll just get out there because I'm sure you guys are gonna ask me a lot about this, but. It's been a really tough couple years for him injury-wise. This was a raw prospect who the 49ers drafted, needing to develop. We knew that the whole time. Broke his finger in 2021. That ruined the season of development. Broke his ankle in 2022. That ruined his season of development. And if the 49ers, because of the massive investment they made in Trey Lance, go through draft capital, and also because he's number 3 overall pick, they had to pay him a lot because he bought it for a lot of money. If both of those blows had happened and Brock Purdy hadn't showed up, the 49ers would be in huge trouble. So the fact that Brock Purdy showed up in the 7th round, 262, at such an affordable contract because the 49ers don't have a lot of money after all the spending, is really a saving grace for the 49ers at this point.
No doubt. Hey, real quick, let me jump in here, Shasky. I've been probably one of the biggest Trey Lance fans out here since he's been drafted. I wanted him drafted out of North Dakota State, number 3 overall. I really liked his game. I thought he could translate well in his offense. Sunday, I got to say, David, I was thoroughly disappointed. For a guy to know that he's going to start a preseason game, knowing that, hey, I'm battling for the quarterback job. There's a lot of noise around me. And to look that hesitant, that indecisive, that slow and stiff. Now, you can blame it on Russ, and I'm here for that. You want to say Russ? I'm okay, fine. But I just didn't see it. I was very disappointed with what I saw from Trey Lance on Sunday. And that's just a football thing. I'm not even going to get into everything else. The football quarterbacking, I was disappointed in Trey Lance. What did you take out of that performance on Sunday against the Raiders?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't good. I don't think there's a way to sugarcoat it. You can talk about why it happened, and I think go back to what I just said. He's, in all effects, he's at the spot that he was at when he first joined the 49ers, and maybe he has even regressed a little bit since then because he's been sitting around and not playing due to injuries for 2 years, right? The amount of snaps that Trey Lance has taken in his entire football career from his freshman year of high school to freshman year of college to now, his 3rd year in the NFL, he's thrown fewer passes than Tom Brady did in his age 45 season in the NFL. So the fact that that number is still smaller than Brady's age 45 number, even though he's in year 3, means that the 49ers just haven't been able to develop him at all, really, because it was going to take reps with a guy who was so mechanically raw. They haven't been able to develop him at all since 2021. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't pretty on Sunday. And I do think, again, we've been at practice every single day. The accuracy has been better. It hasn't been perfect by any stretch. I was talking a lot this camp about the short throws that he's been missing, and that actually carried over into the game. But I think once the live game situation started, we definitely saw the lack of playing time for Lance here over the past couple of years, or in his life in general. because he just was not decisive. He needed to be more decisive. You have to be in Kyle Shanahan's system. So because everything seemed to be moving too quickly for him, and maybe he will slow down on Saturday, because again, remember, he hasn't gotten a stretch of consistent play in yet in his NFL career. So maybe stuff will slow down for him if he could string together a couple preseason games. But because he wasn't decisive, he didn't even get a chance to show off his better accuracy, right? You have to hit that open read, and if it's the first read, it has to be the first read in Kyle Shanahan's system. Otherwise, everything breaks down, and all the mechanical improvement that you've been working on is out the window. So, for Trey's sake, I hope that on Saturday he's able to showcase some of that work that he put in just by being more decisive out there.
Before I ask the Brock Purdy questions, just a percentage chance that he's not on this roster. What would you put it at today? Trey Lance.
Trey Lance?
Yeah.
10%. I think the issue right now is that we know what the 49ers want in the quarterback room. They want a robust QB room to insulate themselves against what happened last year.
Gotcha.
And Trey Lance doesn't have much trade value right now. The 49ers might have to, at this point, because he's got a fully guaranteed contract. This goes back to me talking about him being a number 3 overall pick. If you just cut Trey Lance, you would have to pay more than if you kept him. So that's out of the question. You'd have to ship away the contract. At this point, after all these injuries, what is there a team that would be willing to take on that contract and send the 49ers a draft pick to trade for that contract? I'm not sure about that. 49ers might have to ship away draft capital alongside Trey Lance to get somebody to take on that kind of money. So if that's the cost for the 49ers, and you look at what they want in the quarterback room, and that's nice insulation behind Brock Purdy, then it makes more sense to keep him. Okay. Plus, I think everybody knows the situation here. He just needs more time to develop.
Yeah.
And, unfortunately, you can't give him those game reps.
Yeah.
But you can develop them on the scout team and do that kind of stuff behind the scenes and keep yourself insulated, because last year was a disaster when they lost all their quarterbacks.
All right, so let's get to Brock Purdy, because it feels like a lifetime ago since the last time fans have seen Brock Purdy. Most fans are not at practice. Most fans are just reading things that they see from you written in The Athletic, or that you're tweeting, or they're watching your YouTubes or whatever. Like, tell us what Brock Purdy looks like right now. What are you seeing are some of his strengths? What are some of the weaknesses right now? What can we expect if we do get an opportunity to see him? Because I feel like so much time has passed, we've almost forgotten how great he was last year.
Yeah, so, Purdy, it's interesting because it's the question of practice versus the game. And last year, Purdy didn't get all too many practice reps at all. He was the third quarterback for the 49ers there behind Lance and Sudfeld, but he made the most out of his practice reps against the third team, and he always went where Kyle Shanahan wanted him to go with the football. I think he's still doing that this year. There's been some talk about the interceptions, but Kyle is, Kyle's going to want quarterbacks to try stuff in camp, and I don't think a lack of accuracy has been an issue for Brock Purdy. If the accuracy is off, then you're worried. But if he's working through his progressions, running the offense like Kyle wants, I think Kyle wants somebody who's going to robotically go through the reads. He's going to play point guard. Then I think that you're happy. And I think that Purdy's experimenting the way that Kyle Shanahan wants him to. The 49ers seem really, really comfortable with the type of camp that he's having. When the live action starts for Brock Purdy, I'm not sure if he's going to play this weekend. If he does, it'll probably only be a couple series. But when that happens, we'll see if there's any residual rust in the context of an actual game, because obviously in practice you can't get hit. And the last time we saw Brock Purdy in a situation where he could get hit, he tore his elbow. So That's the next hurdle that he has to get over. And I think that maybe the 49ers do play him on Saturday, or at least the following week, to make sure that he does clear that before the September 10th opener at Pittsburgh.
David Lombardi here on The Morning Rush on 95.7 The Game. You know him from covering the 49ers for The Athletic. Does a tremendous job doing so. Look, we've been so hyper-focused on the quarterback spot all throughout training camp. I think one underrated position that we don't talk about enough is the nickel corner spot. They lost K.Y. Williams before last season to the Denver Broncos. You lose Jimmy Ward, who played the nickel very well last season. And now it's a competition or a battle between whether it's Isaiah Oliver, Sammy Womack III, or maybe they slide Charvarius Ward inside to play the nickel, or Diablo Lenore will tilt with the nickelback spot, because I think it's one of the more important positions in today's NFL with all the three wide receiver sets and all the spread offenses here, David. What's going on with the nickelback spot?
It is really important, and it's also a way that smart teams get ahead of the game, because nickelbacks are still relatively underpaid compared to outside corners. But some of the best receivers in all of football, especially in the NFC West, Cooper Kupp line up in the slot. So you can get big-time bang for your buck if you could find a nickelback that can contain some of these receivers, because you're not making as much as an outside corner, but his coverage duties are equal, if not harder, to an outside cornerback if you're playing the Rams, for example. So anyway, Isaiah Oliver, the 49ers veteran who they signed, they gave him about $4 million guaranteed, but I don't think they've been really happy with him in coverage. And it's a catch-22, because they signed him because he's a bigger body. K'Wan Williams, who was the first nickelback of this regime, was 5'9", 185, so he was shifty, right? He was that little shutterbug working against those quicker slot receivers. But the problem is that some of the league has started to do what the 49ers are doing offensively. They're starting to run the football a little bit more. They're starting to use the big slot, the tight end a little bit more. And those really small nickels in the base situations can get washed out.
Right.
The 49ers went and got Isaiah Oliver, who's 6'1", 205, 210. But then you lose out on the coverage end. And you saw him give up a touchdown to Keelan Cole against the Raiders. And I think that Steve Wilkes is a great defensive mind. He throws a lot of exotic coverages, mixes packages. I think he sees an opportunity to maybe even run double nickel for the 49ers, which means different nickel backs depending on different situations. And if you watch the tape from Atlanta, Isaiah Oliver was more of a glorified linebacker.
Right.
And he played that run support spot well. Maybe they play him in the big nickel base situations, and then you see who your best three cornerbacks are for the actual nickel situations. And with Ambry Thomas's resurgence, it might be that you have Lenore and Charvarius Ward as your quarterbacks 1 and 2, but in nickel, Lenore can move inside, where he actually started week 1 last year,
right,
and Ambry Thomas can play on the outside. So these are options for the 49ers, and I wouldn't be surprised they flex their options to the max.
Well, what are we not talking about right now that we should be talking about or will be talking about like a month into the season when it comes to this team? Is there a weakness, a strength, a player? What's something that you're seeing at practice that maybe you think is being underspoken about?
Well, I think the offensive line is always underspoken about. I think people are finally starting to talk a little bit more about it, because it definitely was a component of Trey Lance's struggles on Sunday. The 49, this is a problem around the whole league, right? Their offensive line play has been outpaced by the proliferation of athleticism along the defensive line. So O-lines everywhere are struggling to block these monsters on the edge, and also your Aaron Donald and Javon Hargrave times on the inside. That being said, if you want to be a true Super Bowl contender, you have to be one of the teams that finds at least 7 quality offensive linemen. I stand by that every year. That's my thing. I mean, we saw Mahomes just get worked in the Super Bowl when he didn't have the offensive linemen against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Then they went out and invested in the O-line, and then they won the Super Bowl, right? So when I look at the 49ers right now, I think they've got 5 quality starters. I really do. I do think Colton McKivitz will be fine for them this year. But I'm very much questioning how deep the depth goes beyond that. John Feliciano, probably a nice piece that you could say 6 locks to make the 53. But who's going to be number 7? And I think probably you need number 8 out of quality lineman, given this team's injury history. They played 20 games in each of the past 2 seasons. And if you don't have 8 competent O-linemen, you're probably like most of the other teams in the NFL, but most of the other teams in the NFL can't win a Super Bowl. So to win a Super Bowl, you have to be that exceptional team like Kansas City was last year that had that strong O-line core. I mean, Philly had it too. It was the 2 best O-lines in the league playing in the Super Bowl, right? So I'm just a month in, I think we're going to be saying either this 49ers depth is surprising us on the offensive line and they're doing well and they look like real contenders, or this 49ers O-line depth is a problem. We're going to be saying one of those 2 things a month in, and that might be the biggest bellwether to whether or not this team can win at all.
All right, one word, David. You concerned about Nick Bosa yet? Yes or no?
No. I mean, deadlines are deadlines, and then we know that this deadline is kind of it's a moving deadline, if you will, and I think the hard deadline is week 1. And if something is not happening by Tuesday or Wednesday of week 1, that's when you can start sounding the alarm. But at this point, if he didn't report at the very start of camp, what's going to cause him to report right now? I think that the deadline that we're truly working with is week 1 with Nick Bosa.
What do you think the holdup is then? What are we waiting for?
I think the holdup is that Bosa's side, and both sides are playing hardball with his staring contest like a game of chicken. But the problem is when you're playing a game of chicken and then both cars are coming toward each other, you don't swerve until you're about to hit another car, right?
Over a couple of $1 million, they're not $20 million apart, right? In terms of guarantees,
it's not I don't know if it's a couple million, because over the lifetime of the deal, we could be talking more like 10 or 15 million. But the issue is, even if it were a couple million, it's significant because the 49ers are really, really, really crammed up against the salary cap. They have a lot of star players, and here's the thing: Bosa. If this were the standard edge rusher deal, I think it'd already be done because T.J. Watt signed his a couple years ago. It would just be Bosa for $29 million or something like that. But when Aaron Donald signed his contract and broke the market as a defensive tackle at $31.7 million, which is nearly $3 million above annually, where everybody on the defensive line is, when that happened and then Bosa won Defensive Player of the Year, that gives them the right to go and say, I want to be paid like Aaron Donald. Yep. And I think that couple million, extrapolate that over 5 years, with the 49ers so up against the cap, they're way over it already in 2024. They have to find ways to cut. They really want to play hardball here and make sure they can keep this roster sustainable, because if you give Nick Bosa a record contract, but you're not careful in how it's structured and you don't squeeze the best value out of it, you're going to lose a lot of players on the back end, and then it doesn't matter if you've got Nick Bosa re-signed, because your team's going to get weaker on the other end. So I think that it's in their interest to play hardball, and I think it's in Bosa's interest to play hardball. I think it really just is business. It comes down to that, and I think that game of chicken, that it's going to come to roost, in week 1, and then that's when somebody's going to have to swerve a little bit. They're probably going to both swerve a little bit and come to a deal at that point.
No doubt. David, man, really, really good insight there on the 49ers. We'll talk to you soon, brother. I know you're getting ready for practice here. We'll see you Saturday at Levi's when the Niners take on the Broncos.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks,
David. You too. David Lombardi, the athletic mosquito killer. Do we got time? We'll take mosquito killer. Hang on tight. We'll get you first right on the other side here. We're going to take a quick break. That's coming up, sponsored by Save Martin, Lucky, California, as we react to what David Lombardi had to say about the quarterbacks, the nickelback spot, and Nick Bosa. That's all coming up here. Oh, wait, and Bomani Jones. Bomani Jones is coming up. Almost forgot. So many things are happening. Mosquito killer. We'll get to you before Bomani. You're set up, Bomani, mosquito killer. Hang on tight here on the Morning Roast.
Monopoly is back now at Lucky. You could win $25 million in prizes and
October 2nd, media day for the Golden State Warriors. Can't wait to see you, Steph. Can't wait. What a summer he's had. What a summer. We got a super chat, $10. Michael Alaniz. If Jared Goff, who had a bigger contract than Lance, can get traded, then so can Lance. Lance doesn't give his team a chance to win. He's severely underdeveloped, and in all caps, just move on. Take what you can get. So Michael out on Trey Lance.
Well, the Jared Goff was very different because they attached multiple first-round picks to it, and obviously Detroit was giving up Matt Stafford. It was also in the offseason, so you're able to finagle the cap a little differently. They absolutely had to eat a ton of that salary.
No doubt. Let's go to Mosquito Killer before we get to Bomani Jones. Mosquito Killer, thank you so much for being patient and waiting on hold. What's going on in Concord, my man?
Not much, man. How you all doing today?
I can't complain, man. It's a beautiful day in the Bay, man. And listen, Mosquito, I get to talk to people like you every day. How can my day be going bad? This is a great time.
That's good. That's good to hear. I just wanted to comment on the Trey thing, man. I think we're overreacting a little bit too much, trying to say that we mortgaged too much or that things have just been not progressing the way we wanted to. I think the one thing we kind of forget is that Trey, even in his first year, even if we wanted him to start, his finger was broken, and he couldn't throw right anyways. So what good would that have done to turn around and had him try to play anyway? So we just have to move past that. Second year was supposed to be his year. That would have been his development. Broke his ankle. So you can't really even put that on Kyle. I think a lot of people are trying to put that on Kyle.
Yeah.
And there's not really much you can do about that. So even as you look in with the lack of reps and the rust and everything that you've seen, it seems like Trey's really kept up with Sam Darnold and Brock Purdy in training camp. Now, I am saying that Brock Purdy is a starter going forward, but I think that we need to look at, and I know it's hard to give Trey his opportunity to get those reps, and he has to kind of fight for everything that he's got, but I really think that Trey has a much bigger upside. You can tell that his footwork's improved, his spiral's improved, his quick release is improved. It's just going to take a little bit of time. I think that we... Yeah, exactly. And then just listening to Shasky talk to David Lombardi, I think some of the positive things that we can really look forward to is start watching out for Troy Fumagalli, Ronnie Bell, and Deshaun Jameson. Man, those guys look like they're about to be emergent.
No doubt. Thanks for the call, Mosquito Killer. We got to run. We appreciate the patience. We got our man, Bomani Jones. Bomani Jones, of course, you know him, formerly of ESPN, does a lot of great stuff. Podcast is booming as well. Bomani Jones here on the Morning Roast. We've had him on for 2 times. The Right Time podcast, of course, has been going on for a long, long time. I love it. And, Bo, let's start here, man. As we say, good morning. Welcome back to the Bay Area Airways with Joe Shasky, the Butcher, and Bonte Hill. And we appreciate it again, the time. Michael Lombardi made the news yesterday because he was talking about Trey Lance, and we'll get into everything going on with the 49ers quarterback. But one comment, and I'm glad we had you on today because you handle these topics very, very well. And I know I cringed when I heard this, but Michael Lombardi basically said when Trey Lance's mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. And if you want to say he's not a good quarterback, if you want to say he's inaccurate, that's fine. Why did we have to go to extra step to try to go viral here? And Michael Lombardi, it's not the first time he said something about a black quarterback. We know what he said about Cam Newton when he was coming out in the draft. What went through your head when you heard this or saw this clip or read this clip from Michael Lombardi yesterday?
Well, I'll be honest, this is the first time I've heard it, and my question is, what does that mean?
Yeah. We can play the audio for you. Would you like to hear the audio?
Play the audio. Play the audio.
Play the audio
Yeah,
for you.
yeah, let's do that.
Let's play the audio right here.
As you go down this road with Lance, it just becomes harder and harder and harder. And you could show all the clips of him moving and all that stuff. At the end of the day, when his mama lifted him from the crib, he just didn't have that quarterback instinct. He is not going to be the backup quarterback. I don't know what they're going to do with him, but there's no chance. There is no chance based on the evidence that I've seen and based on what I've heard.
Michael. So that was Michael Lombardi yesterday on this podcast, the GM Shuffle. So your thoughts after hearing that?
Okay, so the thing that gets me, part of it is like a little bit small, and it was the fact that he used the word mama. You know what I mean? Like, I felt like a bit of an unnecessary affectation that I don't think that he uses if he's talking about, say, Sam Darnold, for example, right?
Right.
Now, where this gets to be interesting, we're talking about Lance, of course, is did he ever say that about Sam Darnold? He's right there, right? Like, Mr. I'm seeing ghosts, as bad as things got with Darnold, I don't recall people using terms so hyperbolic and acting like the issue was so essential. And that's the part that, to me, feels like happens more to black people in this space than anybody else. And I could be wrong because, again, I don't really understand what in the world he's talking about, number one. And number two, how you could be so sure about somebody where the sample size that we're dealing with is so small. That's the whole thing with everything that surrounds Lance that I just find to be so confusing, is that the talent is obvious and so many people are willing to bail on him based on a small sample size to jump on board a dude that's far less talented and also dealing with a pretty small sample size.
Yeah, no doubt. He also said, Michael Lombardi, back in 2011, and Chaska, I want you to jump in here, but he goes, what worries me about Cam Newton is he a person who is going to work hard? Will he be dedicated? Is the money going to spoil him? Will he take coaching? What kind of leader will he be? It's just fact. I'm a black man, Lombardi. I don't hear this stuff about the Sam Darnolds of the world or the Baker Mayfields or the Warner Hill. Even Johnny Manziel didn't hear those things about him. So I'll let you jump in here, Shasky. But it's just Michael Lombardi just talking just to talk. It was just like, why you got to bring his mom into it?
I've had so many issues with Lombardi over the years. But Bomani, I guess my bigger takeaway is why is it we have to talk so inhumane when, like, we're analyzing sports? We're very lucky to do what we do. We're talking about kids. I mean, the guy's 23 years old. I get he's a professional. He's made millions of dollars, and there's an envy on some level from fans or media people. I just feel like whether it's the Jordan Poole situation locally, James Wiseman, Trey Lance, the common denominator is this ability to bully these people inhumanely. We can't just break the games down with a little bit of grace. We have to go flying over the top. I just don't understand why we do this in sports.
Well, yeah, I think that there's the over-the-top issue, right? That certainly exists in this. But I think that there's a very particular black quarterback issue that comes in, right? True. Like, have you ever heard of a situation where a team traded 3 first-round picks in order to get a prospect and seemed so willing to bail? And we're not talking about, for example, a Johnny Manziel type that seems to bring you everything else off the field. I haven't heard Trey Lance talk in a long time, but the thing that struck me with him coming out of college is how composed and professional and all those things that he seemed to be, and he's had the worst luck in the world, and everybody is ready to bail for the last pick in the draft. And I know that things went well last season. Like, I don't want to ignore what Purdy managed to do, but I've still never seen a team or a fan base or anything so willing to bail on something that could be potentially very, very good.
So I want to follow up on that because we all think Kyle Shanahan's really smart and he knows what he's doing. Why do you think they're so ready to bail on him? They're just because, like, you brought up Johnny Manziel, and it really triggers me because I feel like Johnny Manziel, there was an element of he literally did not care. Right. And when I watch Trey Lance, I actually, in the pocket, I see a guy that really does care and is, like, afraid to make a mistake. It's totally different. Like, he's actually putting in the work. He just might not be good enough, or maybe he doesn't process at the line the way other guys do, or for Kyle Shanahan's system. I don't know exactly what they're looking at. Why do you think they're so quick to bail?
I don't know. And I will say this. I don't understand anything when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and how he views quarterbacks. He gets to slide for the fact that they passed up on Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson before we knew this other stuff. Take Solomon Thomas. Because we'll just go get Kirk Cousins. And then you wind up getting Jimmy Garoppolo, who was the ceiling that prevented you to win Super Bowls. And we still think of him as being, I mean, I think Shanahan's really, really good. Right. But I think that with the quarterback stuff, we have to admit, he doesn't make any sense. Like, all of that happens, and then you trade 3 first-round picks to get Trey Lance, and then you bail on him. I don't understand anything when it comes to him about this, but the idea that they're not even pretending and they're saying, yeah, he's in a battle for backup with Sam Darnold, or at least that's my understanding. No. You don't even if that's true, you don't say that out loud because now everybody bails on the dude because we all knew Sam Darnold stinks.
You know, Bo, it's so funny because I've been on these airways yelling this stuff. Chasky knows when they took Solomon Thomas, I've been yelling, and people say, Bonte, you're crazy. They keep going to the NFC Championship game. Not only did they not take Watson, but they bail on Kirk Cousins because they was like, oh, wait, he's in Minnesota. But then they say, although I agree with it at the time, Tom Brady's marginally better than Jimmy Garoppolo, but you know what? He ain't good enough to be here. He ain't good enough to be here. Did you flirt with Matthew Stafford? You're like, So we're still trying to figure out what Shanahan wants at quarterback. And by the way, there's a chance Kirk Cousins may be here next year. So our life is screwed here in 49er land, Bo.
Ooh, boy, I mean, Kirk Cousins is a better version of Jimmy Garoppolo with the same problem. He's going to do something that makes it to where you can't win.
Yeah.
What did you think of the quarterback, Doc? Because my big takeaway was, damn, Patrick Mahomes is really that dude.
And Andy Reid is a perfect compliment for his genius. Like, there's a blend of science and art when I watch the two of their partnerships.
But why is it that when I watch NFL Network, or everybody's talking, it's like, oh my God, Kirk Cousins is so tough. He stole our hearts here in America. And I'm thinking to myself, that's what y'all took away from this documentary? What did you take away from the quarterback, Doc?
Well, for me, Patrick Mahomes is the closest thing to Michael Jordan as a team sport athlete that we've seen since Jordan. And that was what I walked away from. Like, seeing the way he get into it with those dudes on the field and all of that stuff, I was like, oh, baby, I didn't know he had it in him like that. I didn't realize that he was that guy, and he is 100% that guy. Like, I think I'm with you that I came away from that marveling at Mahomes more than anything else. I think that people talk so much about Cousins in it because he's a person that I think a lot of people believe that they would not like because he's just a little bit corny. And his corny turned out to be the endearing kind of corny.
Right.
And so I think that people are like, oh, okay, I can get with that. But that shouldn't even been quarterbacks. That should have just been Patrick Mahomes. Like, you think about that for a second. If it's Tom Brady, you think you're about to have a documentary series that got Tom Brady and Marcus Mariota on it?
Hell nah.
That's not happening.
No, not at all. Not at all. What's your thoughts of Brock Purdy from afar? Because inside the Niner bubble, he's obviously what he did last year was incredible, and he hurts himself, so there's this injury question mark, and it seems like he's feeling healthy. But people are comparing him to Drew Brees and Joe Montana, and that feels way premature. But at the same time, like, what we saw last year was real. What are your thoughts on Brock Purdy?
Well, what we saw last year was real, but I think that we've all been watching quarterback and these young guys who jump in these situations enough that we know that last year was real, but last year is not this year. And yes, there's going to be the injury part of it that we need to see, and that's part of what leaves me so fascinated by how enthusiastic and how sure that people are that this is something, like, this is the real deal, and you just give up on what everything else is. Like, I think I said this on this show before, where if I see Brock Purdy pull that off, that actually makes me more excited about what's possible with Trey Lance. If somebody more talented can do this, is there, then what is it that he could possibly bring? But with Purdy, I just think it's going to be a matter of wait and see. And I think that if there's anybody that knows that seeing one excellent season doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be the future for a guy, it would be the dude that coached Robert Griffin. Yeah. So I am much more on a let's see how this goes program when it comes to Purdy. But that doesn't take away from anything that he did last year, right? This doesn't mean that he can't be good. I just don't understand why people are so sure that this is going to happen.
I got to ask you this before we let you go, Bo, because you're tapped in with the NBA as well, and we got the Warriors around here. Media Day, October 2nd. Chris Paul's coming in the building. But James Harden out in China basically calling Daryl Morey a liar. The same guy who traded him to bring him to Houston, the same guy who traded for him to bring him to Philadelphia, he goes out there and straight calls him a liar out there in China. And we know the history between China and Daryl Morey and whatnot. What's your takeaway on James Harden, man? Because the dude to me is just straight up sucker. I'm gonna just say, he's a great basketball player, but the way he goes about his business is just, you want to talk about corny, the bad corny. That's what that is when it comes to James Harden, in my opinion.
Well, I think the question for me is, did he lie to him, and what did he lie to him about? And getting to the bottom of that question would be the only way, I think, for us to truly offer a real judgment on what it is that Harden did. What I do know about James Harden is somewhere in his life, he figured out that the most effective negotiating strategy for him is to inflict pain upon other people. If you're not getting down with what I want, I'm going to make this terribly uncomfortable for you. My understanding is that's what happened in Oklahoma City. That's definitely what happened in Houston. The Nets didn't even really let it get that far. They're like, all right, cool. Yeah, I give, uncle. There we go. Now, what I think happened with both Morey and Harden in this is both of them are behaving the ways they normally behave in situations like these. But each of them thought that the other owed them in such a way that they said, he ain't going to do me like that. And then they looked up and they doing each other like that because that's how both sides do things. Like, look, maybe Morey told him, we'll give you the super duper, you do us this solid to take this pay cut right now, and we'll take care of you on the back end. Given the way the business happens in the NBA, that wouldn't surprise me in the least. If he did that and then it didn't go, Harden's not really trying to hear that. If he said, okay, I'll opt in and you'll trade me, and Morey's like, okay, we'll trade you, but only if we get a good trade, Harden probably said, okay, cool. And then the word gets out, okay, well, we're not looking for a trade anymore. James Harden's like, no, you're going to keep looking for a trade. Just you watch. And so his only ability to get what he wants is to do something like this. And I agree with you. I don't have a lot of respect for the idea that I'm just going to throw a temper tantrum. Right. I'm more inclined to be like, all right, cool. I got to figure this out and make it happen. Sometimes things are a little bit rough. This is what you do, da-da-da. That is not James Harden. No. That is not him. He sees no reason why it is that he should have to sit around and deal with this. And Daryl Morey, who is terrible at people stuff, we saw this happen with Ben Simmons. He ain't the one that's got to be in that locker room. He ain't the one that's got to be on that team. So he's willing to stay upstairs and sit around and wait until he gets whatever it is that he's looking for in a trade. I just don't think he's going to be able to get this. Like, I'm shocked the Clippers even want James Harden because I feel like he has demonstrated that no matter how good he is, you cannot win with him in the end. Why would you want to pick up somebody that gives you that, gives you that obvious ceiling? Like I said about Jimmy Garoppolo. At some point, he's going to do something and you're not going to be able to win. Just because James Harden is overall better doesn't change the fact that is an intractable ceiling.
Who's in more of a win now mode right now? Chris Paul with the Warriors, Aaron Rodgers with the Jets.
Oh, Chris Paul.
More than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah. Because I don't think that Aaron Rodgers thinks that this season is the last season. Like, I think that he believes that they can go do this next year, and I think that he believes he's got an infrastructure that's set up to where, the Jets look good, right? Like, this isn't a they can only do this right now kind of situation. Chris Paul is on a team with a bunch of dudes that have never liked him. Like, let's just stop and think about this for a second. His body consistently breaks down, and he's surrounded by dudes that are like, hey, man, all right, I guess. I'd be trying to win now so I could get the hell out of there, personally, if I were him. I can't think of a situation like this. Like, the closest that I could think of is Dennis Rodman going to play for the Bulls, but Dennis Rodman was still really, really good. Chris Paul is not.
Oh, boy. We got a lot of tweets that we've deleted about Chris Paul out here in the Bay Area. Should be a very interesting season. But before we get you out, Bo, and we appreciate the time, our poll question on YouTube today.
Oh, yeah.
Do you still carry a wallet?
Let me set this
or no?
up.
Let him set it up because I'm still a wallet guy. I'm old school.
Yeah, so B's old school. He had his wallet out, and I wear a lot of shorts and sweatpants stuff. So I went to the phone, the Cheapo Depot Amazon one, but the phone with the card thing in the back and just enough room for my ID, my health card, and a credit card, and the key card to get here into the building. That's it. I don't carry a wallet, and it's liberating. Do you have a separate wallet?
Yeah, I still carry a wallet. It's a couple things on it. One, I carry a wallet, but I also carry bags, so I keep the wallet in the bag. So I have the liberation of not having the wallet in my pocket while also having the wallet on me. Number two, I got to be honest with you. I exist in a life at this point that every now and then I need to let people with money understand that I'm in this room. You know what I mean? Like, I need them to understand that I'm playing similar games as they are. I didn't make the rules of this. You know what I'm saying?
But the best answer we've had today.
Yeah, you get where I'm coming
No,
from.
absolutely.
You
Absolutely.
landed the dismount.
Sometimes you got to get in there and be like, "Yeah, I got a nice watch too." Okay, yeah, I got this Ferragamo wallet. Yeah, you see me pull this out of there. Okay, cool. Like they pick up on those little things. Recognize that I ain't no imposter. And I'll be honest with you, I come out here pulling this stuff out the back of my phone. I look like I'm fronting.
Well, I love it. I love it. Hey, before you get out, did you catch the Johnny Manziel doc? Because it disgusted me on a variety of levels. The family, the enabling, like the twinkle in the eye, just him basically, to me, it was him trying to excuse horrific behavior at every single turn. I don't know. I felt dirty watching the whole thing. It actually makes me hate the whole Johnny Manziel thing even more, and him, the individual. Like, when we talk about busts, his zero care whatsoever, that is a bust. Like, I don't know. It really bugged me.
All right, so you remember when they had that cover of Cam Newton, Blaine Gabbert, and Jake Locker on Sports Illustrated?
I'll never forget it.
Oh, yeah. And they talked about the hardest decision. Now, do you also remember a few years later when they did, I guess it may have been the next year, when they did that cover with Tyrann Mathieu, and it was the one where they did the story, the big bombshell story about the honey badger. The thing about both of those stories that you'll note is that both covers were stock footage, and they were both stock footage because they could not get the subjects of the stories that they wanted to do interviews with them, so they had to scrape it together and figure it out. But somewhere along the way, somebody had decided that they were doing these cover stories, and it was too late to bail, so they had to make the most of it. That whole documentary, to me, felt like they were like, cool, we going to make a documentary, and then they turned the stuff in, and Netflix was like, damn, that's it? And then they had to figure out how to put it together and make it into something. Like, I thought it was simply not a good film on a number of levels. One, Johnny Manziel played on a team that had literally 6 first-round picks
Mike Evans.
on offense.
Mike Evans wasn't even interviewed.
Mike Evans, none of those guys were interviewed, right? Like, there was only but so good of a story they could tell because they tried to do it so fast, and they did it in a way that I thought was ultimately, very incomplete. Like, the context they gave of the Alabama game was not good enough to really get you an understanding that this dude went from literally nothing to the biggest star in college football in the span of a week. They didn't even tie it up at the back end, so you tell me that he had all these problems, you tell me he was doing dope, you tell me all of this, and then you get to the end to be like, yeah, I don't think he's ready to come outside. Like, that isn't a satisfying ending at all. Like none of it. I would have preferred a documentary that was 1 hour on the interview of the autograph scam.
Wow.
Yeah, not even a scam, but the fact that he was laundering money through his father and talk about getting on planes.
Yeah, that's it. How about
grandfather?
The grandfather, but how about Cliff Kingsbury?
Oh, dude.
He somehow came out worse. That's the most underrated aspect of the doc is Cliff Kingsbury. It's like, yeah, I knew he was hungover. I knew he was chilling, but you know what? That's how Johnny football rolls. I'm going to get the best out of him. How about Cliff sitting there just chilling like, yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, but Cliff is like, what was I supposed to do? Right? Like Cliff, yo, he's here now. What am I supposed to do? Like, if you wanted to talk about another element that I think could have been made more interesting in the presence of that story, and this is something I don't think we talk about enough, is that we don't think of alcohol as a drug, right? Like, we see alcohol destroy so many people's lives and everything else, but we take drinking in college as just kind of this thing you do, and we don't associate it with what I think for most people is a significant anxiety
100%.
that comes from moving away from home and everything else. Like, this should be more of a sad story in the way that in the way it came out there. And I just came away at the end of it being like, what was the purpose here? Like, why was I watching this? What was I supposed to get out of this? Because I ultimately didn't really get anything.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Bomani, man, the Right Time Podcast. What else you got going on for the next few months?
More often.
Oh, yeah. Well, the podcast will be back soon, and it will be the right time. Like, all of that's saying. We're just kind of figuring out where the home is going to be. And then from there, I'm working on, the reason I can talk about that Manziel thing like that is I'm trying to work on some documentary stuff. Nice. So I pay a lot more attention to that stuff. Like, I'm at a point now where I'm lucky enough that I got the security and wherewithal that I can start working on some things that are a little bit more ambitious rather than just trying to find some place where somebody can cut me a check so I can go out here and fire off these tapes. Like, I kind of want to work on some other stuff, so those are the things that I'm kind of moving towards. But on occasion, I like firing off a tape. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, stack that HBO money, my man, and best of luck with you. I know you worked on you read through the Randy Moss story for 30, right? If I'm not mistaken, Jason Williams, Rand University?
Yeah, I worked on that one, and I'm just, One cool thing about the job that I've had for a long time is it allows you to meet a lot of really interesting people who do really, really, really interesting things. And so what can happen now, hey, man, a lot of real cool stuff can go down that'll probably, for me at least, be a little bit more personally exciting than some of the things I've done in the last couple of years.
All right, Bo, we appreciate the 30 minutes, man. Our fans are loving you, man.
thank
We'll
you.
have you back on, especially during the Warrior season, man, because I'll have to ask you how to navigate this Warrior season. We both work in the media out here, and we're like, damn, how do we go up to Chris Paul and say, hey, man, welcome to the Golden State Warriors, welcome to the Bay, when all we have done is spit straight hot fire at them and just getting off these takes when it comes to CP3. But, Bo, we'll take – go ahead.
And his memory's long, by the way, just so you know. I don't know this for certain. We were supposed to interview him around the book that came out, and he bailed on us. And it dawned on me. I did an interview with him like 12 years ago where I tried to jokingly ask him about hitting people in the crotch, and he didn't find the humor in that at all.
No, all these dudes. You know, Bo, I know we're going to let you go. All these athletes have long memories. Draymond, Steph, we both made the Steph doc kind of slandering the Warriors, saying, yeah, the Celtics, they're younger, more athletic. I'm like, damn, we made the doc in the wrong way.
Oh, God, I have no idea what's going to happen the next time I see Steph Curry. Like, a lot has I've had the opportunity to say very many things that have been incorrect. I'm very curious how that's going to go.
Bo, take care, man. Thanks for the time, brother.
All right, man. Take it easy.
Anytime, Bo. Mighty Joe's the Right Time Podcast. We'll be back soon. That was a lot of fun there. Yeah. Well, Bo, a lot to dissect. I didn't even know we were going to go down that rabbit hole.
Well, no, it's interesting. Did you watch the Johnny Manziel doc?
Of course. It was terrible. Even my Ed watching with me was like, this is awful.
Well, so like there's a couple things I do want to get into. Like there's this whole like bust thing, and I think we throw the word bust around flippantly, and we can have differing degrees of bust. Like you and I were talking about Solomon Thomas earlier. Solomon Thomas is not a good football player, right? But you're going to look up and dude, he's been in the league since 2017. Like, he might have a 10-year NFL career, and I say that with, like, quotations. But, like, yes, on some level, it's a bust, but I don't determine that a quote-unquote bust. I watched that Johnny Manziel thing. I was like, that right there is a man obviously battling his own demons, and I'll get into that part in a second. That's a bust.
Well,
someone who literally did not try.
Well, you know, for a long time growing up, we all were told that Sam Bowie was a bust because – he was drafted ahead of Michael Jordan.
Yeah, in between
Hakeem and Michael Jordan.
Hakeem or whatever it was.
Hakeem at the time. So he goes to Portland. They already had Clyde Drexler, but they pass up on Michael Jordan. Everybody said, damn, Sam Bowie's a bust. And my whole life I thought he was a bust.
Yeah.
I stumbled into a documentary on the SEC network about Sam Bowie. And I came away from that with saying, damn, he wasn't a bust.
Yeah.
He was just injury prone.
Yes.
I mean, he had years where he averaged 14-10, 12-8. His rookie year, he averaged 10-9 with 3 assists, 3 block shots. It's like, wow, he was a serviceable player, but injuries derailed him. But if you don't really dive into it, you would say bust. No, he just got injured. So when I think of bust, I think of Anthony Bennett.
I literally said the exact same thing to Sam Lubbock. You know why? Because they were like, he doesn't want it. He doesn't want it. Like, I look at James Wiseman, and I know there are a lot of people that are going to say bust. And I would say, I think he wants it. Now, is he good enough? Totally different question. Was he overdrafted? Absolutely. Yeah, does he have the feel for the game down right now? No, right?
Yep.
But in terms of like, does he want it? Does he put in the work? I don't think that there's a question. Of course he wants it. Now, is he good enough? I don't know. Like Trey Lance, I see a guy that wants it.
Right.
Is he good enough?
Right.
Clearly at this point, no. Right?
Yep.
And so
Yep.
to me, you could say, Joe, that's a bust for me. And how I don't consider that a bust. I think he was overdrafted. I think he hasn't met expectations.
So Marcus Russell.
Right? Like, exactly. So when I watch the Johnny Manziel thing, I'm saying to myself, that was a dude that self-sabotaged himself and did not want it. He literally talked about how, like, he basically quit. Now, there's a whole nother element of mental illness.
No doubt.
Addiction. Family enabling on every level.
Well, no, he thought he was Superman.
Of course.
To play off a Cam sweater, but he thought he was untouchable.
Absolutely.
And he said, you know what? I can get away with this. I'm going to continue to do it.
How about the agent enabling him and doing him no favors?
He did the drug test for him.
It's ridiculous.
Did the drug test for him.
You know what I saw? You know what I saw there?
How is his Heisman not taken away?
I totally
yet Reggie
agree.
Bush can't get his back.
Because the NCAA is a joke. But here's what I watched that doc. You know what I said to myself? That as much as Johnny, it's on Johnny. That family, look yourself in the mirror.
It was bad.
Look yourself in the mirror. The
bad.
way the grandfather laughed it off, like he wrote the check and everything. And I'm saying to myself, like, I get it. The money, and I understand money will make people do a lot of dumb things. Do you care about your son? Because I saw a whole family in denial on a person who is in the fast lane
Not
to
only
a
that,
sad life.
Not only that.
Denial.
Not only that, but the started documentary doesn't get enough play.
What's that?
The fact that he's 29 years old.
Still drinking?
Still drinking. Still doing things. And he's being inducted into the Texas A&M Hall of Fame. Why would Texas A&M? Because I get all the money he brought to that university, but at some point you got to say, you know what? We got to separate ourselves from this guy. He's a bad character, and he's actually tarnishing our university. He's tarnishing our name. He got rewarded with a Hall of Fame induction, and you can see the look on his face. He really didn't even want to be there.
Well, he looked like to me, I'm telling you, like I've got a lot of family members, some of them passed on. He looked like to me a person who was still a user of something. I don't know what. And it's just my eyeballs. I'm not saying he had that Skeletor look.
Ben Simmons, I know he's dealing with mental illness and all that stuff, and I give him credit for that. He's trying to attack that. But he looked like a guy who just did not care. That to me is a bust. That to me, I don't want to practice with my teammates. I don't want to be here. I'm going to moat, blah, 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 blah. I don't want to shoot a lamp, blah, blah, blah. That's a bust.
Is Joey Bart a bust? Or is he just not good enough?
Maybe he's not good enough.
Was he overdrafted?
But that's a bust, though. That's a bust.
So
Maybe he was overdrafted.
That's what I'm saying. Like, my definition, I'm just saying to other people, like, my definition is different than others, right? Like, Reuben Foster, because of all the things he did to himself and just couldn't focus on actual football, like, he's a bust. You know what I mean? Like, I look at guys that self-sabotage themselves, and I put that more in the bust category. But again, other people are going to have their own way of dissecting it.
Let's go to the calls here in just a second as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMG FM and AC1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download that bad boy, the Odyssey app, and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And do not forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to Social 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. We'll have an announcement before we hit the break. But first, let's get the Philmo Mike in the city. Philmo, what's going on, my dog?
Hey, man. Bomani Jones is one of the most intelligent people. He's just super smart and intelligent. He make you think outside the box. But Nick Bosa got to get signed. I don't need the Niners playing around, acting like they trying to play a power struggle. Get this man signed, because why? It's going to help the entire team. If you got Trent Williams going against Nick Bosa, quote unquote, one of the best players in the NFL, and then he got TJ Watt the first week, let's get Trent Williams up to speed. Let's get everybody up to speed, man. My last point is, we love Brock Purdy. I told this to Willa yesterday, but it's like, you feel me? Nowadays, females are getting BBLs. You don't know if it's real or not. You got to really see and figure this thing out. You know what I'm saying? Because it may look good. Then you get up there like, what the hell happened? They got a BBL. It's all fake.
What is BBL?
Brazilian butt lift.
Oh, Brazilian butt lift. Okay, sorry, I didn't know.
Yeah.
My bad.
Nah, you Gucci. But I'm just saying, females be getting the body work done, right? And we don't know if Brock Purdy got the body work done, or if he really Serena Williams.
Well, you out of control,
you
man.
are.
What a laugh. What a laugh.
How many
man.
blunts a day you smoked, dude, with that laugh? Seriously. On the real. How many Garcia
Philmo,
Vegas did you
Philmo,
smoke
since
back
I got
in the
you
day?
on the air, I'll send you a text a little later. I got to get Jose Santana some love, man. He got the new song with Santana, man. You know Jose. Philmo going just like that. All right, he got Antoine, San Francisco. Antoine hug up. Antoine, call us back, man. I was just going to you. Scott Livermore, what's happening?
Hi, Scott.
What's happening, my guys?
What's
Happy
up, Eddie?
Wednesday.
What's going on?
Googling BBL.
You guys are... Yeah, right. You guys are talking about Trey Lance, so I got one comment on that, and then I have a comment about the Menzel thing that I actually just watched the documentary last night.
Yeah.
My comment on Trey Lance is we've seen him in practice. We've seen him in some games. We've seen very, very little sample sizes in him in the regular season. After watching him and seeing all that, I honestly can't tell the difference between Colin Kaepernick and Trey Lance, and I'm hoping maybe you guys can help me understand it, but if not, I see the same person. So
how do you see the same person?
On that.
Well, no, I would say that.
Thing.
I would say that Colin Kaepernick, in terms of just being an athlete, his straight line speed blew away anything that Trey Lance has shown me. I think Trey has a better throwing motion Kaepernick had this like robotic arm throw, like a pitcher, where he
Like
had this
a boomerang or
elongated,
slingshot,
almost
yeah.
Byron Leftwich like elongated telegraphing throw, and he was honestly Kaepernick was more comfortable in the pocket, which is crazy for me to say.
I'll be short here, Scott. I just think they're two completely different players. Two completely different players. One wants to play in the pocket. Kaepernick wanted chaos, organized chaos. He could do better when the play broke down. But that's my opinion there. What else you got, Scott?
Right. Well, just to rebuttal on that real quick. At the end of it, the arm accuracy, that's what I'm like looking at. It's just like it's not there. And,
well, I mean,
love
Brian
Trey
Hoyer's
when
not
he
accurate.
got
You know what I mean?
super excited.
Well, it also comes down to coaching, too. When you don't have the right coaching and you don't have the right personnel around you, things get a little wacky. You know what I'm saying? Things get a little wacky. I think Kaepernick, because of what happened at the end there with the political stuff and him kneeling during the national anthem, I think we kind of forget how good he was during that run. He was one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league. I'll stand on that one. Thanks for the call, Scott. Thanks for the call, Scott. We'll talk to you later. Antoine, San Francisco. Antoine, what is happening? You're on the roast.
What's up, man? How you guys doing, man?
Good,
Hey,
good.
Quick, man. I wanted to address the comment Mike Lombardi made about Trey Lance's mom. Man, how dare he say that about that young man's mom? He needs to go on national TV and apologize. Like a man in his position should never say anything like that. How dare he say Trey Lance's mom picked him up and didn't believe he was a starting quarterback in the NFL. Like we can't forget that Trey Lance's dad played in the NFL, so he already had it in him. Mike Lombardi, you need to apologize to Trey Lance. You need to apologize to Trey Lance's mom, and you need to apologize to all the real San Francisco 49er fans, because we ain't going to accept that. Everybody got their own opinion about Trey Lance, and we all can have our opinion if he's good or not. But when you take it personally, you taking it personally with me, because I'm a diehard San Francisco 49er fan. I'm not a Santa Clara 49er fan. I'm a diehard San Francisco 49er fan up out of Candlestick, and you ain't going to disrespect our players like that.
The thing is, it's the family. It's like
Good call,
it's
Twan.
unnecessary to take a swipe at someone's family. You just don't need to go there.
It's
you just don't need to go
and,
there.
And then
It's
now what you
unnecessary.
do if you're Michael Lombardi, now what happens is you get everybody going down the rabbit hole of everybody you scouted, on everybody you drafted, including Markevius Mingo, including hyping up Jamarcus Russell. And we say, did you have the GM bone? Did you have the GM DNA inside your body? Like, this could go both ways. So when you continue saying reckless things about athletes, it comes back onto you. Karma's a you-know-what. And Michael Lombardi better be careful, because he said a lot of things in the last 5 years that has been out of control.
So Lombardi's not going to be at the 49er watch party thing that we're doing. What is it? The Red and Gold Summit?
The Red Gold Summit, baby. The Warrior
he will not
Summit.
be on part of the panel.
The Warrior Summit went so well, we decided to do the Red and Gold Summit. Now, this would be special because it's right before the season. And I'm sure there's going to be Trey Lance takes.
Somebody said last night at the softball game,
Sam
they're like,
Darnold takes.
what's going on with 95 said? Is anybody ever working anymore? I'm like, it's summer.
Well, what are you talking about?
We'll all be there at the summit together.
Yeah,
and he
we'll be
goes,
at the
yeah?
summit.
I go, we're talking about it tomorrow.
Well, it's summertime. We got to take a vacation at some point.
That's what I told them.
Hey, I'm out Thursday, Friday, in 2 weeks for a wedding. We got to get time off.
I mean, I wanted to pay the boss to have Lubman take a month vacation.
Well, you talk about a guy who needs time off. Actually,
He's
Lubman
doing
does-
his research on
Look,
BBL.
You know what, though? I need Lubman. When Lubman's not here, I feel lost on this show. I need Lubman in my life. It's the summer of love, and I need him here at the studio when I'm here. No disrespect to Big John. No disrespect to any backup producer around here. But I need Lubman personally. Without Lubman, this show's lost.
Got to have producer one in there. I appreciate that,
He's
Ponte.
straw that stirs the drink. He is P1, producer one. I was looking for another one. Like, can I say PR1? Just P1? Just say producer one? Because that's fine. The Red Gold Summit out in San Ramon. Fieldwork Brewing Company in San Ramon. Tuesday, August 29th. Meet all of us at
That's gonna be
Fieldwork
fun.
Brewing Company.
Yeah.
Tap Room and Beer Garden in San Ramon for 95.7 the gauge Red Gold Summit. Also, if you're looking for the best Giants talking the Bay Area, don't forget about the Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys podcast. Giants winning game yesterday. Yesterday.
First time that Tampa Bay's been shut out in like a month.
That's crazy. But we're going to continue to talk about what Bomani said, David Lombardi, all that coming up here on the Motor Rolls. 888-957-957 is the number. That's all coming up. Presented by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident?
Original James Brown. Get down. Did now sampled it. This is one of my all-time favorite beats. I swear to God. It's like top 15 beats of mine. It's just smooth. You play it on a rainy day, a sunny day, a muggy day, a humid day. Doesn't matter. You drop the top, you put the windows up, you let the tents go, you want to blow your dro, all that stuff. You can play that beat anytime. Play it on a loop.
Drop the top and let the sun shine in.
Yeah, that was great. Trick Daddy.
I contend Big Boy got some of the hardest verses of all time on other people's songs.
Yeah, I know.
Like some of his, like he got great songs with Outkast. I'm not trying to deny that, but like some of his features, similar to Keek the Sneak, outweigh any of his own solo work.
Right. All right. I'll stop talking music.
No, I love it. I love it.
Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Also, don't forget September 11th. Join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest and auction with some great memorabilia and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org. Also, the Golf Spot in Pleasant Hill, they're celebrating 2-year anniversary next Thursday. Next Thursday, 2-year anniversary. They're going to be having raffles, prizes, lessons, all that stuff. So go to the Golf Spot. 2-year anniversary happening next Thursday as well.
Okay, so I'm going to show you a photo, B. This was yesterday. You're talking about holes-in-ones for $10,000. I don't have a hole-in-one.
Right.
I have none. My brother does not either. We took him out to the cliffs yesterday because he's going back to work next week. This was the 2 shots we hit back-to-back on the 4th hole.
Wow.
I'm showing it to you. How close does it look?
It looks pretty close.
Yeah, this is the cliffs. So here's the closer one. I just missed a hole-in-one yesterday by inches. And I thought it was going in. And then I thought he stuffed it closer because when you're far away and then you walk up, you kind of see. You know how hard it is to hit a hole-in-one?
Right.
To get $10,000 if you hit a hole-in-one? That sounds like a great day.
It is. It is a lot going on here at the station. Business is booming around here. Soda, everything happening. With radio's back. Local sports radio's back. Omar, look, Omar has no idea. But I screened Omar's call.
Why is that?
I just wanted to screen the call. I saw the lines blinking. I just say, hey, I'm going to go into producer mode. I want to take it back to my first go round in radio. And Omar has a take that we have not talked about. So Omar, it's good to talk to you again here on the Morning Roast. Better bring that same energy you just had 5 minutes ago. What's up, Omar?
Good morning. I got a word for a couple 49ers players. We are all talking about Trey Lance. We're all talking about Brock Purdy. But I don't understand why we are not talking about Javon Kinlaw. This guy has been in the league for almost 4 years now and has not proven anything. Every year he says he's going to step up. Every year he says he's going to do something, but he's not. This guy gets pushed around like a human shopping cart. Everywhere on the field, they are going shopping with this guy. I don't understand how he is so big, so strong, yet he can't put his hands to get a sack. Yeah, he can't control his hands to move the O-line out of any O-lineman out of the way. The smallest O-lineman can move this guy. How are we not talking about Javon Kinlaw? If anybody's, I don't want to say he's a bust, because I mean, 1 more year, we'll give him 1 more year. But come on, man. This guy hasn't done anything for the 49ers.
That's a great, hey, Omar, you brought the same passion. Javon Kinlaw told Matt Mayoko last Friday. He asked him about his
kind of funny.
playing D-end.
I can't believe
it in camp. Do you guys have
Do you think he really thought this?
Well, he wore the glasses and he had to do rag. And I like Kinlaw. I follow him on. He's one of the few athletes I follow because we followed each other when I met him at Chase Center. I talked to him a little bit. I was like, man, I like this guy. But he told Matt Mayoko, I'm really a freak though. Y'all go see. And I'm texting with Ian Williams on Sunday during the game, and he's just like, 99 don't got it. 99 don't got it. That's what Ian Williams has been very critical of Javon Kinlaw. That's his thing. Defensive lineman. I'm really a freak, though.
He's so tall. I think he gets real upright. And
Doesn't get no leverage.
No leverage. You know, you hear a lot like, oh, his pad level.
Yeah.
I just noticed him that he gets stood up, straight up. Whereas Eric Armstead's a tall guy. he does a really good job of getting real low for how big he is and driving guys back. You don't see that same thing with Javon Kinlaw.
No, you don't.
He's just not good enough.
No, he's not. Mook dog,
and
man.
I would say this. Why don't we talk about him? Because he's a D tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, Justice Smith's one of the best players the Niners have had. Bryant Young's one of the best players the Niners had. We just don't talk enough about D tackles. Because I think that all that interior line play is very sophisticated for football football fans. And we talk more about wide receivers and running backs and linebackers, sack guys, quarterbacks, and we just don't talk about line play.
I mean, that Philadelphia game, the NFC title game, the videos that came out there, the footage, the stuff he put off Hill was just flat out embarrassing. It was flat out embarrassing.
But he's also had
multiple injuries. He's had leg injuries, no doubt.
It's got to play a part in this.
But when you talk like that, you have to back it up.
Yeah.
And when you go against a line like that, and that film comes out there from the NFC title game, I felt embarrassed for him.
Well,
now, that's one thing that I wish his family didn't see. I hope his family did watch that. Speaking of families, I hope his family did watch that film because it was embarrassing. He didn't look like an NFL player. We can talk all about Solomon Thomas while we want to. You want to go back and talk about Quinton Balmer and all that stuff. Kinlaw is going to go down as one of the biggest busts if he doesn't step up this year and play at a high level.
Well, he's already done more than Kentuan Balmer, but we're talking degrees of
right.
We're talking like a couple of plays.
Right.
We're not talking about Kentuan Balmer had more yards returning on a botched punt a botched kickoff than he did tackles in the NFL.
Oh, I know. It's embarrassing. I mean, that's a name we all forget about here.
Is an underperforming player who's been hurt a lot. I don't know if he's necessarily good. The hard part to swallow with him is that you moved off DeForest Buckner, and there was just a lot. You could have taken Justin Jefferson. You could have done a lot of things. I would have taken Ruiz, the lineman from New Orleans, who's a solid player. I wouldn't say a great player.
He's solid.
Kentuan Balmer was also worse because you passed on Deshaun Jackson three times.
No doubt.
I mean, but it was him and Shiloh Rashad.
However, he was a late first round pick. This guy, Balmer. This guy.
Yeah, but you traded back.
No, I understand. But you got Kinlaw and you moved off of Buckner.
I know.
Who's an all-pro. And you pass up on the all-pro wide receivers. That's tough. And then, when you tell Matt Mayoko, I'm really a freak, though, and you got the shades on and do-rag.
Just read the room a little. Read the room
Mook dog, man. Come on. We pulling for you, Mook dog.
We are, but
we are pulling for you, Mook dog.
But come
I'm really a freak, though.
You got to meet me in the middle and be a little more reasonable. Like one of the things with my 12U team, I'm him. They all do that. I'm him. It's totally jumped the shark. They all on their phone because we have like a big team thread. Himothy, like they all call themselves Himothy Johnson or Himothy Williams.
The Himothy thing is
it's totally jumped the shark. And I'm like, look, I always
everybody's him.
I go,
I'm him.
How can you be him when you can't hit the ball out of the infield? I love you. You're 12, but you can't hit the ball out of the infield right now.
Maybe my next rant. We're going back and forth. I'm just going to yell, Shasky, I'm him. I'm him.
I'm Himothy Hill.
That's got a little ring to it.
Yeah.
I like the Hilton Hill better. When Worldwide, we were doing the shows at the Hilton Hotel.
Uh-huh.
And a lot of people were texting me like, you guys are on fire. You're in week one mode and blah, 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 blah. Worldwide Hef goes, Hilton Hill has a ring to it. It's like you're glowing out there. We got Himothy Hill, Himothy Shasky.
They are them. I am not one of them.
I'm not them. I'm him. I'm him on these airwaves.
The other thing that's completely done now,
the do-rag.
Every single kid doing the gritty. This kid, Dylan Deeds, is doing the gritty. His gritty is incredible. And I'm saying, if all the 8-year-olds are doing it, it's jumped the shark.
Well, no, hold on. Let's go to Killer Cam.
Like when the dab jumped the shark.
Killer Cam, he's cultured. He knows what's up. He's a lot younger than us.
Yeah.
He knows what time it is. Has the gritty jumped the shark? The gritty. Is it the gritty dead?
Honestly, in my opinion, the gritty's dead. I mean, I haven't really seen anyone do it except maybe a few little kids, but it's dead, I'd say. Even if, what's his name, John Morant does it, I mean, it's corny at this point to me.
Agreed.
Yeah. So they need to let that one die.
What
I
about
have no problem
Himothy?
with kids doing it.
Yeah.
I have no problem with kids doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I have no problem with it. I want to make that clear. But like when the kids were all dabbing, that's when you knew it was something. So what's the new thing?
Honestly, that's a good question because even I'm out the loop. I'm getting older now. I'm out the loop. I'm 1 year away from 30, so I think.
Oh my God, you're not old. Oh my God,
I hate you.
I can't stand you, Cam.
I hate
God, you know what I do to be
Sam,
30.
I hate Styles.
You know what I do to be 30.
Guys.
You know what I do to be 30? You're old. Come on, man. Old is when you know when I was old. When I felt old. I'm not going to say who, but during the playoff game, my homie who sit next to me, I'm not going to say he knows who he is. He threw up. And these kids, thank God they weren't there.
Was he drinking?
Yeah, he had a rough day. And thankfully, these kids who happened to be sitting there, 3 brothers and a girl, they had left for halftime, went to go get their food or whatever. They were about that life. Thank God they weren't there because this guy vomited. It went 5 rows deep. I mean, it was bad. They came back to their seats, and we had people come clean it up. The people in Levi Stadium came over, and they go, where did they go? I said, they left they left about 5 minutes before these kids came. I said, they left 20 minutes ago. They're fine, because it would have got bad. It was so bad. Pilo texts me, he goes, yo, everything all right over there? I saw a homie throw up and stuff. Everything good? If a fight would have broke down, I would have been in that video. It would have been all bad. All bad.
My fighting days are done. I'm retired.
My point is, before I lose track here, they would go, I told them what happened, blah, 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 blah. They go, right on, OG.
No, they didn't.
They said, right on, OG.
When was this?
During the playoff game, the Seattle game, wild card game.
This was just last year?
He goes,
called you OG?
He called me OG. And it goes, damn, they called you OG. And I said, I felt some type of way about that.
Not good.
Not good. Like, if somebody calls me Unc, right? What up, Unc? I'm like, damn, I'm old.
Well,
so, Cam, you're not old. The point is, until somebody calls you an OG or an Unc, you're not old yet. I got called an OG, Shasky. That hurt. It hurt my soul.
What part? The denial?
OG.
Like,
No, he was just
acknowledging that you've been in denial?
He gave me the dap. He goes, right on, OG.
Right on, OG. Wait till you go into like a setting and someone's like, hey, coach, what's up? And they've got kids. That's when you know you're old.
Damn.
It's like, Jesus.
Damn. See, Xavier. Bonte, you an OG to me.
You an OG
Damn.
to me.
Gotta praise it.
What's up, OG, triple OG? What was that?
OG. Two goes, she goes, babe, you didn't hear me? Called you an OG. I said, is that what that was? And I wanted to be like, man, we shouldn't have told those dudes to come clean up the throw up. But no, it would have got ugly. They would have got ugly.
God, I love you, bro.
I got called OG, man. That's sad. But so when Cam says I'm 1 year away from being 30. What? You haven't even hit your prime yet. The 30s were great to me. The 30s were the best years of my life. Best years. Well, 40, we'll see what happens. But the 30s were great. This guy's talking about he's old because he's 29. I almost want to tell Cam to go home, man. That hurts my heart. So Javon Kinlaw, the do-rag, I can't believe. If you could just think about the image, man. That talked about a swing move, and he just said, "I'm really a freak throw."
Could you just play it one more time, just so I could laugh a little?
You got that sound. You got the sound.
I mean, he can't be serious
because he had the do-rag.
He can't.
With the glasses on, the lokes, the cold lokes. He can't look.
Poor Javon.
Poor Javon Kinlaw,
young guy.
Everything has gone on with Javon. Everything has gone on with him. Oh, man. Hey, I tell you, we won't call. Hey, Javon, we love you, though. We ain't talking about you. We're pulling for you, dog, because we do not need you running up on us. We do not need that in our life. Mook Dog's really about that life. Really about that life.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't really want to have him, have me in between his teeth like he did that squirrel on Instagram one time. That was an alarming video.
Was that the most alarming video he's had in the Bay Area?
No comment. No comment. Did you see that article that was penned yesterday on San Francisco Chronicle?
No. Which one?
Susan Slusser sat down with Greg Johnson.
Yeah,
If Greg Johnson walked into this room, he's the owner of the Giants. If he walked into this room right now, would you even be able to identify him? I don't know if I could.
No, I wouldn't. I would.
Did you see any of the things that he said?
I skimmed through it.
Here's my favorite part.
Tell us what the article entails.
It's basically a sit down with him. Greg Johnson, who's the current owner of the San Francisco Giants. I guess he's the lead partner. I don't even know how you would describe him. There's like a conglomerate of 50 zillion people who own the Giants, and he happens to be at the forefront right now. I don't know if he's the board member. I'm not even sure. Somebody who understands money and how C Corps work or whatever the hell their designation is can explain it to me. I know with the Niners, it's Jed and his family. When I look at the Warriors, it's like it's Lake Up, then Goober, and whoever else is on there. I kind of have a clear picture. Right now, it's like Greg Johnson and 7,000 other people, like a Wu-Tang concert. All right, here you go. So she asked him, hey, Farhan Zaidi's option, has it been picked up? Like, what's going on with that? Neither him or Gabe have had their deals extended. Where do you stand? And here's Greg Johnson's answer. And a quote from the Chronicle, Susan Slusser. We could have opted out for next year, and we didn't do that, which means Farhan is going to be around. Both of them, him and Gabe Kapler, through next season. And nothing's changed as far as our desire. Farhan and I have been discussing on what this rate format looks like for both of us, and he's just been so busy. I keep telling him, well, if you want to get together and talk about it and finally put something down, and he's like, nah, I'm fine, we're okay. Very weird, right?
Very weird. Now, I'm going to say something, not to move off of this, because I do want to dive into this. I'm just going to request something from Sam Lubman.
What's that?
He sent out a tweet on the morning roast that says, what makes an athlete a bust? Give us your thoughts now on the roast. And it's a picture of Vodka Law.
No, take that off.
Can you please take that down?
Please do
Just
that.
Put like Anthony Bennett on there. We're not going to do that to Mook Dog. We're not doing that to Mook Dog. We don't need the
my first attempt was Jamarcus Russell, but I wanted to get someone like kind of Kern or something like that. But
put Johnny Manziel. Johnny Manziel's
Your
perfect.
Twitter fingers have gotten us in enough trouble.
Yes, it has.
I mean, outside of that one time,
no, there's been a couple.
There's been a few.
There's been a couple.
I mean, there was a Jets post the other day. I'm saying to myself, what the hell are we posting? It was a throwaway line of me being over the top about how optimistic I am about Aaron Rodgers.
I'm going to throw someone else under the bus there. But that wasn't.
You know what's funny is. We have a lot of moments where we laugh on the show. We get goofy.
Yeah. None of that makes it.
No, what makes
There's always blood coming out of my eyes.
You're super red, and I got a vein coming down the middle of my forehead looking angry. Like the guy from Star Trek. You know
like two idiots.
Look like this hot take artists, right?
I know.
Look like just absolute fools.
Gotta give the people what they want.
And then you get people in the comments, oh, I missed that other morning show. Well, guess what, folks? That morning show ain't never rated like this one. Ha 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 ha. How you like them apples?
I mean, they weren't talking wallets.
They weren't talking wallets at all. At all.
So do you care? If I think Farhan and Kapler, I understand why they would want to be like conceptually tied at the hip.
Yeah.
I think Kapler's done a great job. Given the ingredients that have been in the cupboard for him to cook with, I think he's done a great job. Now, if you want to make the argument that he's cooking off the recipes that are printed out for him and he cannot deviate from the recipe sheet, I'll listen to that.
Yep.
I don't think that gives enough credit to Kapler.
No, it doesn't.
I think Kapler's been in a very difficult position, and I actually separate the two, Kapler and Farhan.
But unfortunately, I don't think the organization views it like that.
Okay.
I feel like
why do you say that?
When Farhan picked Gabe Kapler to replace Bruce Bochy, we know the PR that Gabe Kapler was coming off of Philadelphia, the incident down in L.A. where he tried to be the mediator. Did not go well. That introductory press conference, I think people forget, the first 40 minutes of that press conference, I think we read it here on 95.7 Game, was all questions about what happened in L.A. in the Dodgers minor league system. Not what he's going to do for the Giants. Not replacing Bruce Bochy. It was like they're on a witness stand and the prosecutors were just coming down at him. Boom, 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 which was appropriate and fair. I think Gabe Kapler's won a lot of people over in this market. Some of the political stuff, and I know we don't want politics involved with sports, but as a black man, I appreciated a guy like him, a white guy, because we're looking for somebody to speak up for brothers, look up for sisters. You know, what was going on in this country, and he spoke up. And it seems like Kapler wants to be a good person. He knows right from wrong, right? He just wants the world to be a better place, right? But in terms of managing the club, I think, he gets the most out of this team. I think, some of the decisions that are made are not his decisions.
Yeah, but I also think how you communicate to guys and having the equity with them, like he's not going to have everyone on his page at all times. That's not how coaching works. Like someone's always going to be mad at you at all times. Hey, I should be playing. I shouldn't have come out. Right. Whatever. I think given the roster, if I said to you, hey, Wilmer Flores is going to carry them for 2022, you'd be like, yeah, that team's probably going to finish under 500. They were at 500. Now, they don't get a parade for that, but I think he's made the most out of the least. And that's where I go back to Farhan, and I'm like, there's been some nice things. There have been some nice things. I don't want to say that everything's been bad. I just thought we'd be farther along.
Yeah, we did. And that's why Hank Schulman, when he I said, who's the pillars on this team moving forward? And Hank, God bless his soul, wild-time Giants beat writer. I got no problem with Hank. I got no problem with him coaching in. Look, a lot of Giants fans are different than Niner or Warrior fans. They seem to take the long. They're patient. They're a lot more patient than you and I. I'm not a patient Giants fan. Year to year,
I think there are segments of Giants fans who are patient, and a big segment. I don't know which one's bigger. Who are not.
But all I asked before we move on was, who are the pillars moving forward? Okay, Patrick Bailey.
Yes.
Logan Webb.
Yes.
Camilo Duval.
Yes.
Who else?
TBD. I don't know if Schmidt's going to come back up and be good.
That's what
I don't
I'm saying.
know. What?
But Schubin, he quoted me saying Marco Luciano, Luis Matos, Casey Schmidt, Wisenhunt, Harrison.
Yeah.
Can you call somebody who's never played in the major leagues or had a cup of coffee in the major leagues a pillar of your organization? I don't know what Kyle Harrison is going to be.
Right.
I am optimistic that he's going to be a very good player for the Giants. I am optimistic that Wisenhunt's going to be a good player, but I've never seen him throw a Major League Baseball. I've never seen him throw a big league pitch. We saw Matos and Schmidt. At times, he looked overwhelmed.
I thought Matos looked better than Schmidt offensively.
But he just got sent back down.
Yes.
So
he wasn't great, but I thought he looked a lot better.
So how can I call those young men pillars of this organization? Webb, Bailey, Doval, I'll meet you there. Other than that, I can't call somebody who's never played in the big leagues a pillar.
That's fair.
Well, even just kind of throw a little bit more water onto this. Patrick Bailey having a great rookie year. How many guys have great rookie years and that's it? Like,
Matt
I don't really
Wieters.
I don't want to speak that into existence or anything like that. Knock on wood. But I mean, to call Bailey a pillar, sure, he looks the part now, but you don't become a pillar your rookie year. Guys like Buster Posey, I mean, that's a rarity. You're never going to become a pillar that fast like Buster did. Bailey, you need to keep this going, what you're doing this year into next year to really become that pillar guy.
Well, they're potential pillars.
Yeah,
and to me, there's a big difference.
I asked for
there's
pillars.
There's a big difference.
Potential pillars.
Potential. Like right now,
Right.
the Niners are hoping that potentially the safety Brown can be a pillar on their defense for a long time.
All right, Carlos Ramirez just tweeted at us. Bonte, I believe Tyro Estrada is a pillar for the Giants.
I agree with that.
Okay.
I'll
meet you there. I'll
agree
throw
with that.
Tyro in there.
But here's what I would say to you.
That's four guys.
Yeah, but here's what I would say to you. We were talking about the kind of the yin and yang of playing a guy who's better today versus a guy who's younger, who might not be. I look at, there's a bunch of guys on this team. Wilmer's one of them. Jock is one of them. Slater, Yastrzemski. They're just good enough to kind of roadblock some of these young guys. And my thing is there's just too many of those dudes. There's too many niche guys that are slightly better than some of these young guys could be. I don't know if these young guys could ever be as good as what Yastrzemski is.
Right.
But I do know this. Yastrzemski's just not good enough.
Yeah. Austin Slater, a pillar.
He's good if he's your fourth outfielder. If you're rolling in with him as one of your starters, and I just... Come on.
I'm not there.
Come
I'm
on.
not
So,
there.
that's what I'm saying. I look at the Giants roster today, and I understand people want to make the playoffs, and I'm not here to say you don't want to make the playoffs. Of course, that's the big goal. But to me, it's about the development of the young players. And so as the next month of the season kind of rolls on here, you bring up Luciano and Schmidt and Matos. Boy, I really hope they get a chance to come back and play some meaningful baseball down the road. And if they play meaningful baseball and you don't qualify for the playoffs, I don't think it's the worst thing.
It's not the worst thing
but
in the world.
If you play all these other guys, the Yaz's and the and whatever, and you don't get a look at Ramos,
Well,
right?
here's the thing. Here's the thing too, though. You could get all that experience. I'm just trying to find some players for 2024.
But that's right.
I'm trying to find some players who can help me on the big league roster in 2024.
So in 2022,
so far,
I found out Estrada is a player.
Okay.
Right? And that was
Right.
good. That was really
That
good.
was good.
I was hoping by now I'd know what Ramos is.
I
And
don't even know. Is Harrison pitching today? Who's pitching?
He
Is he
pitched
called
last
up?
night. No, he pitched last night, and he struck
Okay.
out 12 or whatever in his first
All right.
4 innings, or 10 in his first 3 innings,
Okay.
or whatever it was.
That's cool.
But I don't know. I mean, look, again, everybody Harrison, and I like Harrison. I remember when Sean Estes was supposed to be, Kyle Harrison. I remember when William Van Landingham and Jerome Williams and Brad Hennessy and Kevin Correa were all supposed to be guys, right? So I'm not saying that he's going to be good, bad, or
Right.
we got to see it.
Right. It feels.
Didn't we learn our lesson with Trey Lance?
But look, it looks like the Dodgers. They've got more than just 4 pillars. The Braves have more than just 4 pillars. The Orioles have more. That's all I'm asking. Who are the pillars moving forward to next year? Okay, I'll beat you. Tyro Estrada, second base.
Yeah, I
All right.
listen to that.
Logan Webb, ace pitcher. Bailey, catcher. Camilo Duvall, closer. Kind of Rogers Brothers are good setup guys. You want to throw? I wouldn't call them pillars.
Really good bullpen,
but they've got a good. They're part of the roster.
Yeah,
it feels like the Giants need about 12 to 15 more players.
Yeah, that I would agree with. But I think you can make that argument for the Reds, the Cubs, like all these teams that are in that third, second wild card hunt, kind of all have that similar thing.
So that's where I'm at with that. That's where I'm at with that. Real quick, one
last thing before you move on.
Hurry up with the Giants, man. It drive me crazy. It's football season. Let's go.
Are you okay with them picking up the option on Farhan for next year?
Yeah, I'm not in the fire Farhan camp.
But are you in the extend Farhan camp?
No. I just
still let him wait and see.
Let him play out next year.
I think we agree.
2024 is a big year.
I think we agree.
I'm there with that. Don't fire him. I want to see how this plays out.
One more offseason.
One more offseason.
I'm with you on that.
One more offseason. Yeah. Let's go through the season. Let's go.
Yeah, I like that. I agree.
Let's get to Mooch, though, real quick.
Yeah. Sorry.
Joey Willard and JD yesterday. And here's what he said about Purdy if he stayed healthy and the 49ers.
I mean, when a guy comes off the bench like that as a third guy, you don't get a lot of reps in practice. You're ill prepared to do what he did. It was unbelievable what he did. Mm-hmm. So, I'd like to see it again. If he plays like that again, the Niners win the Super Bowl. They have a great football team. And I was at the Kansas City Chiefs camp. They're a great team. I was at the Bills camp. They're a great team. Then I go to the 49ers, and there's another great team. And then I didn't get to see the Eagles in camp, but we all know they're pretty darn good. So there are other good teams in the league, but those probably are the four best.
So if he's healthy, they can win a Super Bowl. He further explains why SF can win.
I think they win that division. There's nothing easy about winning a division, but I believe they'll win it easy. The path to the Super Bowl, let's face it, there's not as many great teams in the NFC as there are in the AFC. I'm just telling you, all right? You got the Eagles, who I mentioned. You've got the Dallas Cowboys, who will be pretty darn good. And then there's other good teams, but not a lot of great teams, all right? In the AFC, it's just loaded over there with the Bengals and the Chiefs and the Bills, and now the Jets are going to be good, and the Baltimore Ravens, and there's just all kinds of really good teams over there. So that's why the Niners, staying healthy, and Brock Purdy playing like he did last year, they got a great chance to get it done.
And then lastly, real quick, on Sam Darnold's role with this team. Saturday's a big game for Trey, for Sam, even for Brock if he plays. We got to see Brock. If Brock comes out, it shows Russ Saturday. The freak out Monday is going to be unbearable. I may call it sick on Monday. I'm lying. I always say that.
You love Mondays.
Yeah, I do love Mondays. And I always lie and say I'm going to call it sick. When I like the chaos, but if Purdy struggles Saturday.
You don't call in sick. You just show up right on time.
Yeah, I mean, we don't take a lot of days off on the morning roast. We really don't. Boss has to fight us for vacation.
You're the Cal Ripken of media.
Yeah, there you go. I like that.
You like that?
I like that.
I'll groove a fastball down the middle for you. Boom.
All-Star game?
Yep.
There you go. I like that. Mooch on Sam
Was
Darnold's
it 2184? Was that the number that he eclipsed? 2,184? I'm going to look it up.
Yeah, I forget what the number is. It was a lot of games.
Yeah.
He's perfect. He's replacing Jimmy Garoppolo, who was a perfect backup. That's what he was last year. In fact, he wasn't going to be a backup. He was going to be on somebody else's team in training camp, and then that didn't happen. He becomes the backup. He becomes the guy who wins 7 games. But that's Sam Darnold's role pretty much right now. Yeah, he's competing with Trey Lance, but Sam's experience, he's played on a couple teams that weren't nearly as talented as the 49ers, playing for the Jets or the Carolina Panthers. I mean, this is by far the best team that he will ever play on. And so he's just chomping at the bit to get a chance. And he's going to, he doesn't want to be that old grizzly mentor guy for the rest of his career. He would love to play, of course. He's another first-round guy, too, And so going to wait his opportunity. He knows that he's, backing up a guy who had a surgery, very serious surgery, with groin arm. So, that's always a little risky for that guy. And so he chose to be with a great organization and take his chances.
Just showing up in San Francisco has just elevated Sam Darnold. Not that he hasn't looked good, I don't know, but it just feels like the narrative around him.
Well,
Tampa Bay picks up Sam Darnold.
Oh, what's a dumpster
Are we
fire?
talking just as a country? Forget the Niners.
No. Not even close.
Right?
I mean,
if he's competing with Baker Mayfield right now, is the narrative around Sam Darnold?
He competed with Baker Mayfield last year. Didn't get
That's
the job.
true. I didn't even think
he lost the job in Carolina.
By the way, the number was 2,131.
Oh, wow.
I was off by 50.
All right. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad. I knew it was 2000.
Yeah.
I thought it was like 24 something.
I VHS that. You know that?
That
on
game?
ESPN, yeah.
Yeah, that was cool. That was a cool moment.
It
We
really
went
was.
around the stadium,
And he hit the
camping
home run.
yards. Yeah, that was cool.
He always had the all-black bat.
Yeah, they were sick. I loved his batting stance.
Yeah, me too.
His batting stance was sick. Yeah, Darnold. We'll see Saturday. Let's see. I want to run this by you real quick before we end the show because
Sam Darnold. It is funny though, right?
It is wild.
Like,
it is wild.
I don't think nothing's really happened. Like
listen.
nothing's really happened, and it's like everyone's like Sam Darnold went from like potentially I don't know maybe like holding the clipboard forever to wow.
But I did
Sam's
go down
a
the
play away.
But see, I've allowed myself to do this. Well, Jim Plunkett revived his career with the Raiders.
But Plunkett was a
He was
rookie of
good.
the year.
Yeah, he was really good with
And
the
they
Patriots. I
switched
get
systems.
that. I get that. But like Geno Smith.
He had to bounce around.
He bounced around, kind of like Darnold, right? Kind of like Darnold. Even Steve DeBerg bounced around. And next thing you know, in the early 90s, he's leading the Chiefs to the playoffs.
DeBerg.
Right.
I know.
Right. I mean, these things, Rich Gannon was a journeyman. And all of a sudden, he became the MVP of the league. Brad Johnson also won a Super Bowl. He was a freaking journeyman.
Well, everybody points to Rich Gannon.
You know, Rich Gannon was one. That's what I just said that.
Yeah.
Rich Gannon.
I
Did
know,
you
but
not
I'm
hear
saying
it?
like
Yeah,
everybody
yeah.
points to that like for all these guys that want to bounce around.
Right.
But to me, those are few and far between.
They are.
That's
they
all
are.
I'm saying.
But I'm allowing
not
myself.
saying you can't have a year.
I'm allowing myself to say, what if Sam Darnold's one of those guys? I don't know. What I do know is Hard Knocks was pretty interesting yesterday. Did you see the Mentalist?
Oh, the clip that went McCall Hardman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That was wild. I watched the whole thing. So McCall Hardman said, yeah, in the Super Bowl, this Mentalist, Oz, what's his last name? Oz something. He goes, so what do you think? Super Bowl, Legion Stadium, who are you playing? And what's the score? And McCall Hardman goes, we're going to play the 49ers. And we're going to win 31-21. And on the back of this puzzle, this guy already had it. Niners, Jets, 31-21. How did he do that?
I don't know.
Michael Carter goes out there, he goes, you're running out of MetLife Stadium, and you can't wear your number. What's a number that you didn't wear in high school or college? What's the number you run out of? McCall Hardman running back, number. And he goes, 10. The guy already wrote it down on a whiteboard.
Very
really weird.
Yes, it
Oz
was
the
weird.
Mentalist.
What's your number?
3.
That's your number?
Yeah. I like 3. Well, no, I like a lot of numbers. I like 23. I like 3. I like 11. I like 1. I like 2. I like 5.
Well, I mean, yeah, okay. So like, you don't have a number. Okay,
I don't know.
You've proven that
7,
to me.
you
Cam,
know, I
do you
don't
have
know.
a number? No,
Nah,
no
yeah,
number.
No numbers, man. Yeah,
My dad's number is 24. Willie Mays. That'll
Willie
always
Mays.
be his number.
All right.
Rick
What's your
Barry or
number?
Willie Mays. What?
What's your number?
Well, it was 5 forever. Jason Kidd. I love 5.
all right.
So like 5 forever. But as I've gotten older, I've adopted 24 on behalf of my dad.
Okay. All
My
right.
brother's has always been 22.
All right. Why 22?
Will Clark. He loved Will
Okay,
Clark.
all right.
You know, 22.
I thought he liked David Smith.
No. He was a huge Nate Clements fan.
Was
you
he
know,
really?
he liked Tyrone Drakeford.
Yeah, I mean, I like Tyrone Drakeford too. Tyrone was sick.
He loved Dan Ugla when he became a Giant.
World Series champion Dan Ugla.
Oh, stop it.
Finally.
Stop it.
The in-season tournament schedule has been released.
I'm actually kind of looking forward to the in-season tournament.
I want to see how it plays out. I'm intrigued now.
Did you see what
Chris
some of the
Mullen's probably
suggestions
cringing.
were?
What?
If you win the in-season
Oh,
tournament.
yeah, you get the automatic bye. You get an automatic spot in the playoffs.
So to me, that's a great idea.
I kind of like that.
No, forget the young teams. For the old teams.
I kinda like
For
that.
the old teams, wouldn't you fight tooth and nail to
my
win
God.
that bad boy?
It
to
is
just
just-
take a couple months off?
Chill.
Or am I looking at that the wrong way?
What seed would you get then?
I don't know.
Don't
I think you
know.
get an automatic top 4 seed.
That'd be crazy. That would be wild. That would be wild.
I'm actually shockingly more open to it than I thought.
Me too. Me too. And the Warriors are in this group with like OKC, Minnesota, and Sacramento. And we know those teams are going to play hard.
Sacramento.
By the way, Sacramento and the Warriors, first week of the season. Go to One Center Friday night.
Oh.
Going to be that's their Super Bowl.
National TV too.
National TV. They're going to be jacked up. They didn't get the Christmas game, but at least you get to play on prime time.
So that means
first week
all
of the
the
season.
haters are going to be coming out. Like the player hater ball.
Oh, man. My boy Kenny Caraway. I love you up there, man. He was not happy about not getting the Christmas Day game. He was mad. I listened to that show that day. He was mad. They thought that was spending Christmas at the Go to One Center. How cute. Final thoughts.
They better finish with
It's time for the Xfinity Fast 5. Your last chance to get in on the morning roast. Brought to you by the Next Generation 10G Network. Only from Xfinity. The future starts now.
Ooh, a thought before you get in here. Sorry, there's a text we got on the Xfinity mobile text line. Somebody asked a question about the loans. You see all the loans in soccer where you loan a player out, you transfer him, you get the transfer fee or whatnot.
Yeah.
They were asking, what if they did that in the NBA or the NFL? Maybe there's something we can touch on tomorrow. Very intriguing. You imagine, James Harden doesn't want to play in Philadelphia. So the Warriors come in and be like, all right, we got this transfer fee. Here you go. Loan them to us for a couple seasons. Kind of cool. They do it all in the Premier League, Europe League. Like Harry Kane's going to Bayern Munich. Oh. He's leaving Tottenham. My Spurs leaving Tottenham. And he's going to Bayern Munich in the German League. Neymar leaving PSG. Got loaned out to Saudi Arabia for a fee. Be kind of interesting if they did in the NFL, NBA. Something we can bring down maybe tomorrow.
Interesting. My final thoughts is I saw a 2K promo that came out, a video game, the NBA 2K promo, with Jordan Poole in a Wizards uniform, dribbling against Draymond Green guarding him.
And I just
said, chef's kiss. I mean, the NBA 2K, just incredible. How, of all the things that you're going to put out on this promo video.
You know who did that?
Who?
Roddy 2K. You know, Roddy 2K had some back and forth with Draymond and Clay last year. Remember that?
I didn't add that up.
Yeah. So it makes sense. But I love Royals World quote tweet that saying, Jordan Poole steps out of bounds.
No, that's not.
With a play-by-play.
See, that's come on.
Warriors World overtime.
Warriors World. When do you miss? This guy's been hitting on tweets for like 6 years straight.
Hey, listen.
What the
hell? You got
hell?
to defend your guy. Can't let them do that. I'm really a freak. Mook dog. Cam, what you got?
I'll say this. Trey Lance just has to be ready. The Niners need to make sure that they invest into him the proper way, and Shanahan needs to get out of his head in the long run and help us get a championship for once. Sheesh.
Cam, can you imagine me? Last night I ground out in shortstop, back last inning. I could barely get the ball out of the infield, and I'm running down the line. I'm thinking to myself, oh, God, I suck. And then walk into the dugout, I really am that freak. Could you imagine me saying that to everyone? They'd look at me like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Go ahead.
I really am that
Go
freak.
ahead and love it. Let me know, Kim, if you got the freak soundbite. I want to end the show with that. If you find it. If you don't, you don't. Don't worry about it. We'll find it tomorrow. Love it. What you got?
I mean, I've been out on this in-season tournament ever since they first brought it up. I think it's incredibly stupid. Seeing the schedule for it yesterday, I'm like, yeah, this is really, really stupid still. That said, I really want the Warriors to win the in-season tournament now. It's kind of like the Bridge Trophy in the Bay Bridge Series. Like, is it kind of dumb? Yeah. Do I want the Giants to win it every single year? Absolutely.
If LeBron wins it, hell yeah, he's gonna say, "Oh, I've got this," and Jordan doesn't.
It will be on his Wikipedia, no doubt about it.
Hey, this is for you.
And by the way, who doesn't want a free weekend in Vegas? That's what the championship for the in-season tournament is. Chris Muller's probably cringing right now if he's out there listening.
Hey,
in-season tournament, the NIT.
Chris, I love you. What up, OG?
OG. By the way, Stephen A. Smith says some things. We'll play some sound from Stephen A. Smith tomorrow. Stephen A. Smith, when he's not affiliated with ESPN.
Hilarious.
Him on a podcast, P podcast. You see the shades in the shade?
Well, you know what it feels like? He's outgrown ESPN.
Wow.
I'm getting the Tucker Carlson vibes in the sense that I think he's going to do whatever he wants, and he's bigger than the network, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. Yeah.
I know when I say that name, people get triggered, but the dude was bigger than the network, and now that he's on his own, you can say whether he loves it, he can do whatever he wants. Dude, it's powerful.
True. That was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network, only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Alan Stiles and Daryl the Guru Johnson. And you know what? They're really some freak stuff.
on 95.7 The Game.
Yes. Steiny and Guru
Alice
got
Styles.
it from 10 to 2, but it's Styles
For
and
a
Guru.
week, baby.
For a week, you got Stein. They're both overseas. Steiny's overseas. Evan overseas.
No
so
doubt
you got
about it.
Styles and Guru through next Wednesday. And I haven't been on with you for a very long
But
time.
we talk. Let the people know we
talk a lot.
communicate. But I got to tell you something. I'm in my feelings already.
Okay.
I'm going Drake.
Sure.
The great Bonte Hill leaves. You're doing your great podcast.
Yeah.
You had Ratto on there.
That's right.
I like how it looks. I text you.
Thank you.
And then Bonte goes, "Yeah, I got to do the damn podcast." And I look around like, I'm like, what?
Oh, no.
So he's got an invite before me.
Oh, let me tell you what happened.
Good,
No, but let me tell you what happened. Hold on.
Yeah,
What happened was
baby.
I was on the morning roast, and I
You
said,
were.
Bonte,
Okay.
let's make this thing happen, Captain, and that's what happened.
You know what? I'm buying that.
But I know you from the U.
Yeah.
I know you close. And look, it's hard to get Bonte to come over that bridge, so I had to get him when I could. But trust me, your invite's
All
coming.
right, okay.
Be
I'll
careful
there
what
too.
you wish for.
What's on your mind? We got so much to get to, baby.
So Trey Lance and everything that came out from LaShawn McCoy to Matt Lombardi, is Trey Lance done? Michael Lombardi, is Trey Lance done? Brock Purdy, Albert Breer, that Sports Illustrated article, all those things that happened. We got a lot to start with, Goo. Let's start right here. Your boy, LaShawn McCoy, Shady McCoy.
I don't think he's very good. Not that I'm Brian Gumble. I know he's an ex-athlete, but his commentary, can I say that, everybody? Alan, before you play the sound, I ain't a fan, but go ahead. When you say Dak's ass, give me more than that.
But now that the whole thing is now, that's how you feel, though, because Dak's your guy.
No, Dak's not my guy.
Yeah.
So you got to give me more than ass.
So,
okay. Well,
cut that too. Just cut that too.
Mia, I love you.
So we're gonna get to the sound here with LaShawn McCoy talking about exactly what he thinks about Trey Lance. Let's hear it.
I don't want to see no more Trey Lance. I've seen enough of him. Yeah. I don't want to hear about him. And you know what's sad?
Oh my gosh.
It's really not his fault because he don't belong in the NFL. It's not his fault. The problem is this.
Wow, you say he don't belong in the league.
You just look at this. Wow. No. Especially as a starter. Like when you watch him play, he shouldn't be in his NFL as a starting quarterback. Seriously, that's honestly. And it's not his fault because I look at the teams. When I was playing, I always go to the front office, and it was jokingly, but I was being honest. It's like they criticize these players all the time. He couldn't pick up the playbook. Yep. The stage is too big for him. Trey Lance, he did this, that, and the third. Well, you went out there and you traded the picks to go get him. So you thought he was that good. So they should take more blame. But a part of that, so aside from that, when I look at Trey Lance, there's nothing he does special. Like with young players that are not confident yet, they always do something really, really good, right? There's nothing he does really, really good. Fair. I thought he was a runner. I watched him run last year. He's not no runner. He has a strong arm. I watched him. Is his arm strong? I can't tell. So I don't want to talk about Trey Lance no more. He doesn't show me enough. If the NFL had a G League, he should be part of that. Put him in the G League and let him grow. I mean, if we have one.
He's not wrong.
I mean, so that's from FS1 Speak.
Yeah.
You got LaShawn McCoy really just letting it rip. And let me start here.
Yeah, go ahead. I miss you, man.
Let me start here. There were points made towards the end. The beginning was just hilarious to me. I don't want to hear about him no more.
I don't want to see him.
I don't want
Helen Keller.
I don't want to see him no more. I don't want to hear about him no more. That was just again. They call it the kids, and we're going to use this term a couple times today for that and Lombardi piece. That's what you call, instead of clickbait these days, they call it engagement farming. Okay, so I'm going to say something that everybody is going to say, oh my gosh, he just said that, and this is exactly it works because we're talking about it right now. So the part about I don't want to hear about him no more. Man. I don't want to see him no more. That's wild to me. That's wild to me. The part about it not being Trey Lance's fault, I do think that he makes a point there because I felt like specifically with the Niners, with the picks that were given up, anytime you see, and this is why I think Trey, that's why it's hashtag free Trey.
Okay.
Because every time you see
Are
Trey.
You there?
Yes, because Trey is just, to me, when Kyle Shanahan sees Trey, he just sees, it's the exact, you ever seen Us? Right, the tether.
I love it.
Whenever he sees Brock Purdy, Trey Lance is the tether
of
Trey Lance. It's just, he just represents a miss and disappointment, and just like Charlie Brown, there's just a dark cloud over wherever Trey Lance goes. And with everything that just came out in this Albert Breer article about how Brock is our guy and we're moving forward, just let the kid be free somewhere else. That's how I feel about it. So when LaShawn McCoy is talking about he shouldn't be in the league. Right. Look, man, he was a top prospect. If the Niners didn't take him, and
he was a top prospect to the Niners.
I think he was a top prospect,
becoming clear to the world.
Dude, he was
to
a top
prospect. How? He didn't even play his senior year. He wasn't playing on Saturday nights, Allen. Give me the game like Mac Jones, Bama, was doing it on Saturday night to where you were like, oh, my God, this guy might be the dude on the next level. Trey Lance was an afterthought in North Dakota. Nobody but our own special Evan Giddings and Have a Safe Trip knew about Trey Lance. So how dare you come in here this early and say he was a top prospect to who?
To the prognosticators,
Goo.
I'm not Goo. I wanted Justin Fields. You coming down the wrong street.
No, I get that, and he was balling out at OSU.
All I'm saying is that when the Niners picked...
See, I know where this is
going.
When
the Niners picked Trey Lance...
Go ahead.
There was not a conversation. I did not hear one conversation of that was a reach. Everybody said, okay... Could have went in a different direction.
But people wanted to know, what were you looking at?
I agree.
Was it a workout?
I was one of those people.
Alan, I was holding this because Bonte and I and you were the biggest Trey Lance advocates. Mm-hmm. And I'm being so real with the listeners and our audience. I even brought up race. Mm-hmm. I did everything under the sun to say this energy is weird. But what you need to do is come across the street and hold Trey Lance accountable for what he's not doing on the field. And you're doing everything under the sun about who's saying this and that. But what you're not saying and talking about, Mr. Styles, is how hurt I am that when the kid Trey Lance gets on the field, there's nothing. He's holding on to the rock, and you're not talking about that and those shortcomings. So when you tell us, oh, everybody was in line and Kyle had to trade picks, why? Who was in line? Because now I'm starting to say, you know what? Nobody was in line but Kyle. You're not talking about what he's not doing on the field. Yeah. And it hurts, Allen. Mm-hmm. You got to rip the Band-Aid off. I'm here for you. But you're not talking enough about what he's not doing on the field.
We're 11 minutes into the show.
I didn't know this was coming. Yeah.
I'm going to get – can I at least – we ain't even through the LaShawn McCoy cut.
Go ahead.
I'm going to get to it, Goo.
All right.
I'm going to get – what I was going to say was that the points were made when LaShawn McCoy said, I don't know what he does really well. Because I sat there in the green room and I said, you know what? Let me fire up some Trey Lance highlights. I just want to see. And to me, to be honest, the Trey Lance highlights, it looks like he needs to be in a package in an offense similar to what Steichen had with Jalen Hurts. That's what I saw. I saw a lot of draws and I saw a lot of long passes. This point guard offense that Kyle Shanahan likes, which is why he likes the Brock Purdy's and the Kirk Cousins, that is not what Trey Lance does very well. I never thought the pick made sense, Goo. I'm just telling you that it wasn't a reach. Trey Lance was part of that top 5 group of quarterbacks, right? So, and then you had Mac Jones in that second tier. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. I never heard of Trey Lance before it.
I'm with you.
I wanted Justin Fields,
but
I see Justin Fields cooked.
Hey, you're spot on. But Allen, at what point? And this has been hard for me, but I got to keep it real with everybody and myself. Mm-hmm. Were you not disappointed with what you saw? And I know it was one game and there was rust.
Yeah.
But when you were on the sideline, you're hurt. When I asked you, what you got any new TV shows? Because you got to do it with your eyes. I was hoping Trey Lance, and again, this ain't year 1 or 2. This is year 3. Okay, his mental game will get to Jedi level. And maybe at the least, grading on a curve, you'll get rid of the rock, that inner clock that we hear about quarterbacks having. He got sacked 4 times to Darnold's none behind the same old line. All I'm saying to you, partner, and we got a week, is at what point do you say to me, Goo, I don't like what I'm seeing from the kid. Let's hone in just on that. Because there's a responsibility that comes with that he has to produce. And right now, I was really despondent about what I saw Sunday because people, this game means nothing. Well, to Trey Lance, it means a whole lot.
No, I hear you, Goo. I'm talking about LaShawn McCoy saying that this kid doesn't need to be in the league. That's separate.
That was strong.
That's separate to Trey Lance not being ready to be the QB for the Niners right now. And he's not. And I don't know if he'll ever be, because I don't think Trey Lance's skill set is set up to match this Kyle Shanahan offense. And I don't know what they saw. When I watched the tape.
But what you're saying, Evan,
you're going to do that a couple
not to
times.
cut
It's
you
okay.
off.
Just call me Styles.
No, you're my guy. But what you're saying is, are you saying Kyle's doing it on purpose?
No.
Like, he's so smart. Do you really think he doesn't know how to use this kid?
Yeah. No,
or he bought something and saw something, and now he's like, oh my gosh.
It was a miss. It never made sense. You tried to put I got the baby girl at home. You tried to put,
Beautiful
the circle.
baby girl. You did great. You guys did.
You try to put the square in the circle and it doesn't fit. No, baby girl, you got to. That's what Kyle Shanahan tried to do with drafting Trey Lance. You tried to put a square in a circle. That's what it is. So when I look at what LaShawn McCoy is saying, I'm not saying he shouldn't be in the league. I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that Trey Lance's skill set doesn't seem to match what Kyle Shanahan wants to do. And because you're right. And here's the thing. I really wanted, I know the Niners were going to be interested, but maybe the Raiders, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. I like my guy from UCLA. He got the swag now.
Yeah,
he
Saturday night.
He started out 4th string. And we're going to talk about the Albert Breer article as well, when it talks about, hey, it doesn't matter how many reps you get, it matters what you do with them.
Wow.
So it was Kellen Mond, Dobbs.
I wasn't a fan of his.
Me neither.
Okay, yeah.
Kellen Mond, Dobbs, all behind Deshaun Watson, and then you had DTR. DTR starts balling. So all of a sudden, now DTR starts climbing up the ranks. And when you watch DTR, the one thing I will say about LaShawn McCoy, and it is still early, but when you watch certain guys, it's that eye test. It's that thing you can't really put.
My favorite test.
It's not tangible, right. But it's the it. Okay. Right? And when I watch DT, I don't know how far the it can go, because somebody could argue that Tebow had the it. Right. He just couldn't throw, right? But he did have the it, the will. Okay, can you galvanize the troops? Can you just get it done? I see DTR. It looks like he's got it, right? Brock Purdy, it looks like he's got
a whole lot of it.
So I'm watching that, and then I'm thinking, all right, so I can feel that Kyle Shanahan's offense is not really a match for where Trey Lance currently is. But I also know that when I watch Trey Lance, he just doesn't seem to have it. And I don't know if it is something that you grow into.
And who's responsible for it? Because we kind of kicked this around with Evan and I. Mm-hmm. At what point do you hold Kyle accountable for that? Or what I'm doing now is I'm taking off my rose-colored glasses, my Trey glasses, and I'm starting to say, you know what? He's football young, but he's a grown-ass man, and there are some things that I don't think it's too far-fetched to expect from him. And a guy that looked jumpy and didn't have that pocket presence and the ability or uncanny ability to get rid of the rock, those are basic. And he looked like the guy in year one. And I told this to Bonte a couple days ago. You tell me what you think. I believe had Trey been the guy and was on the fast track and had that Jedi, maybe he could have won the starting job his rookie year. And maybe now, when we look at it, the red flag was he wasn't ready. But the cold part about it now, and why I'm saying, you know what? I'm done pointing fingers and blaming everybody for Trey, especially Kyle, who gave him the keys to start last year.
Right.
Even though I didn't like the play calling and I thought it was offensive.
Right. You leading me where I want to go.
Okay, he got hurt.
Yes.
But he did his part in empowering him, even if it wasn't the right thing for the team.
So Anthony Richardson gets named QB, and everybody, the Colts. We understand it's a different situation, right? So I went out and I guess it's called posting now, not tweeting. Yeah. And I said, wow, it's crazy.
When did that change?
A couple weeks ago.
X to you, not Twitter.
I'm just trying to keep up with the times, Goo. And I said, wow, it's really interesting. When you draft a project, you need to give that project reps. And we had Bonte quote tweet me, right? He's like, well, the Niners were in a different situation. And you had D-Lo and KC quote tweeting me, the Niners were never in a situation where they could give somebody reps. Fellas, that's the point. That's my whole point of the post, of the tweet, that it never made sense. If you can't give somebody reps, why are you drafting a project? Wow. My point isn't that, hey, well, the Colts can give Richardson those reps because they're going to stink. I know that. That's why my point was that the pick never made sense because you got a guy who you need to give reps that you can't afford to give reps to. If Anthony Richardson goes down, God forbid, goes down second game, whenever Trey went, second game of this season, right? And some random backup, I don't even know who the backup is, wins 6 games in a row. Who's going to be the starting quarterback next year, Goo?
Richardson.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Because, and somebody said, well, what if that backup QB won playoff games? That's because the Niners are good. The Niners have a Super Bowl ready roster.
No doubt about it.
So it never made sense to me. So I'm saying at some point you got to go out there and ball, right? At some point you got to go out there and ball. But at the same time, and I'm going to take you here, Goo, and I don't want to do the whole show in 30 minutes.
Go ahead. We got a week, baby.
We on fire, though. And look, a lot of people didn't agree with me. A lot of people thought it was overblown. And I'm not saying, look, you know me. I played. I did my little thing.
Yeah.
I get it. You have to produce, and you got to have nerves of steel. But you are not going to tell me, and this isn't technically why Trey got hurt. I'm not saying it is, but just when you hear what Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch are saying about Brock Purdy, that is how you give the keys to the franchise to somebody. Not by and logistic. Before I say what I say,
Purdy took the keys.
Purdy took the keys,
okay.
yes. But before I say what I say, I know people are going to be Xfinity Mobile text line. You're never going to convince me that even though logistically it made all the sense in the world, you're never going to convince me, even when you see Trey to this day, that bringing Jimmy G back last season, even though it made sense, didn't do something to Trey Lance's confidence.
Oh, you want them baby food?
I'm not saying. Look,
Jimmy's back. What? Come on. What am I supposed to do with that?
I'm not saying that's how he didn't play well.
Okay, this is the NFL. Grown ass men.
How many times
go out there and ball? Oh, I can't ball because Jimmy's there.
How many?
The silhouette of Jimmy.
Just tell me when the last time something like that happened. We're gonna send off your predecessor, who just what? Didn't that year they go to the NFC Championship and the whole locker room wants that guy?
I got you.
But we actually, even though we gave you the keys, we're gonna bring back the dude who just who gave us all the success that the whole locker room loves.
No doubt about it.
I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm saying let's not pretend like when people say, well, they gave Trey the keys last year. Let's not pretend they were speaking like, and I get it, Brock Purdy has done more, but let's not pretend like these giving of the keys have been equal, because they haven't.
Okay. You know what, Alan, you're making some points, but do understand that locker room that you speak of that maybe didn't want Jimmy to go and want to watch a guy have to go through his football puberty.
Jimmy for president shirts. Trey's walking around. They got on a Jimmy for president shirt.
They had a year to finesse that when the Niners, a whole offseason, when Kyle announced and company that we're bringing him to this team.
Yeah.
So it was kind of warning shots.
Yeah.
We are done. The Jimmy Garoppolo era, if you're on board or not, it's over. We're handed these keys to the young stud. But when they did what they did, the Niner brass, and shocked the world going with this unknown commodity, now it sounds like you say, oh, Goo, he was a commodity. And I'm going to fight you all week
I'm gonna look it up on the break.
On when did you know he was that guy? Because it wasn't on Saturdays in my living room. But my point is, you saw what was going. It was a passing of the guard. It was Trey's time. So Kyle thought Trey had the attributes in the mental, the mindset to deal with other grown men, maybe side eye him in the locker room, and he wasn't ready, Alan. I can't believe people say, oh, Goo, you switching up. Yeah, because I'm reacting to new information. And I'm disappointed it was just one preseason game, but I don't feel like there's been mental growth from Trey Lance. And then the cold part, and I left Evan with this, and you tell me what you think. Maybe I need to quit being disappointed and just get on the side of maybe this is just who Trey Lance is. If this could be year 6, Alan, that you are what you are. If you're 5'8", you ain't gonna be 6'5".
Well, I'm still waiting.
5'8". They're calling this Kevin Hart and Keith Sweat. You look better than Kevin Hart.
Stop laughing in there, John.
And I look better than Keith Sweat.
Both of y'all,
Kevin Hart, Keith Sweat. But you get where I'm going. Maybe this is just who he is. I know you got a brand new, beautiful baby girl, but you got to take the pacifier out of Trey Lance's mouth. Because how many times is that?
It's only day one. It's only day one.
Alan, I'm starting to think this thing is going to where he may not be in a red and gold jersey.
But to me, that's still not an indictment on Trey Lance's future as a quarterback.
But the era will be over, and that's all that matters.
It was a botched era. It was a botched era. Trey Lance never should have been a Niner. Let's keep it a buck. If they had swung and missed on Justin Fields, it wouldn't be that bad. People swing
I'm
and
high on him.
I am too. And
Second
can you
highest
imagine him
passer
with
rating
these
after week
weapons?
7 behind Mahomes last year.
So you have it. Okay, so Justin Fields, right? And I get it. He is an electric runner, which even at Ohio State,
he had nothing on that offense.
He could spin that thing too.
Right.
They are now building an off. Okay, Jalen Hurts. They built an offense around Jalen Hurts' skill set. Okay, that's number one.
Yep.
You have, Trevor Lawrence, he's just a dude. We know he's just a dude.
But he's a bad dude.
And he can, yes. I mean, he's a dude.
They're dangerous.
You don't have to necessarily build. Trevor Lawrence is going to be okay. Okay, but some of these guys that have, you're going to grow into something, kind of what LaShawn, what do you do very well?
Yeah.
So you have Jalen Hurts. Hey, we're going to build something around Jalen Hurts. You have even Lamar, another electric runner. We're going to build something
around him.
Justin Fields, we're going to build around you. Trey Lance. Oh, no, Trey. Well, you got to come to our system and figure it out. We know it doesn't matter. I watched the highlight films.
Yeah.
None of it looks like anything like Kyle Shanahan's offense. And I'm not saying, and I am agreeing with you. There are certain quarterbacks that are good enough to mold, or it either fits your skill set or you're good enough to adapt. Trey Lance is neither. So, but to me, that just means that it doesn't fit with the Niners. I'm not out on Trey as a quarterback. I don't know. I still haven't seen enough. But Trey as a Niners quarterback, the skill set doesn't fit, Goo. If you tell me to get it, say, Allen, get in the batting cage, and we need you to go 5 home runs over the 400-foot mark, I can't do it.
But are they really asking you to do that? And the sad part about everything
it doesn't fit my skill
regarding
set.
Trey Lance is, it's like spin the bottle we used to play back in the day. He never got a chance to hand the ball off to McCaffrey.
That's true, too.
And I know if you and I or anybody, John, was under center for the 49ers, we'd be better than what we really were just because of his presence. But what do you want them to do? I mean, this team is loaded. He had an opportunity. He got hurt. And right now, Allen, again, you speak of Kyle's not playing to his strengths. Mm-hmm. My question to you, brother, is what are those strengths? Because right now my paper is blank.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to say,
I know we're up against
a little early here because that was a great tease.
And Hurns and Hackler,
because I don't want to answer. The reason I paused because I don't want to. I don't want to go too early because
breaks are key.
We are going to get into it because you're right. Right? What does he do very well? He's not a burner. And I would also say this again, not an excuse, but he did break his ankle. I don't know if I don't know when
on the Earl Campball playbook.
But I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know. When I watch, like I said, I watched film.
Who was it against? Like I'm just
North Dakota, whoever North Dakota be playing.
Oh, okay, right. But it was good enough for Kyle.
Yeah, it's good enough for a historic NFL franchise to draft him. So it's good enough for. It's not good enough for you, Goo.
Yeah. No, I'm being real. If your spouse cheats on you and they're coming home late, don't say, "Oh, we're working late." Read the handwriting on the wall, and that's what I'm starting to do, man. I ain't all the way out. I know we're up against it, but Evan is. I mean. Allen is looking bad.
That's $1. It's going to be $1.
It's $5.
Yeah, it's $5. All right, but when we get back, we are going to get into what we think Trey's strengths are and how he can, if it's whether the Niners or whoever it's with, how he can still be a QB in this league. September 11th, join 95.7 The Game at the Pettinelli Financial Partners Charity Golf Tournament at Harding Park. All proceeds benefit the Autism Society SF Bay Area. There will be a $10,000 hole-in-one contest, an auction with some great memorabilia, and a chance to hit some balls at the iconic TPC Harding Park with some of us from 95.7 The Game. Learn more at sfautismsociety.org, and all that's sponsored by Cars.com. We'll be right back.